There we go. Okay. No idea what happened there, but the stream started acting funny, and well, everything's all good now. After all that, the annoying thing is, I was ready, and then my stream decided to start being. Oh, son of a Trisket. You and that. Grumble, grumble, grumble. And that. Okay. 1, 2. And I'm not. Why am I not seeing you? Oh, yeah, because I'm looking in the wrong window. 2 and 3. There we go. Hey, holy hand grenade of Antioch. This should not have been this difficult. It decided it was going to be this difficult. Okay, fine, you're going to be this difficult. Anyway. Hello, ladies, gentlemen, boys, girls, and everything in between. And then some, and then beyond. Apart from that, how you guys all doing today? So, we are now getting to play with M12, which, we had started getting a little used to what the core sets were now going to be. And the core sets, for those that don't remember, the core sets back in the day, you know, prior to M10, were just reprints. And then starting with M10, they broke that and started giving us core sets that were, you know, a decent amount of reprint, and but then also a bunch of new cards. And so we'd gone through M10. Oh, okay, interesting. And M11. Okay. And now we start getting M12. And now we had started getting to the point where it's like, okay, we actually get what's going on. We start getting the hang of what's actually happening with this. And so M12, you know, now we're looking at new stuff. And so as a result, because the core sets were still had a lot of reprints to them. What I'm specifically pulling out, because they weren't just reprints like in, you know, from prior to M10. They were some reprints and some new cards. So I'm specifically, while I'm going through the core sets, which I'm expecting will include foundations, I'm specifically looking at cards that are not reprints, because we'll have already covered that, or you'll already have an idea what you want to do with them, etc. So, we'll start off with Banished Veteran. The biggest problem I see with Banished Veteran is he is basically a 3 mana 3/3. I would assume that he probably at that point averaged out to, let's say, a 3 mana 2/3, which at that point would have been okay at common. But the problem is, under optimal situations, you consider him a 3 mana 3/3. Or you could just have a 3 mana 3/3. Power equals 3, toughness equals 3, rarity equal common, ID equal white. Whoops. Wow. Rarity equal common, and then mana value equals 3. And at this point, we have about over a dozen of them. Let's go not reprint, and then we can sort by release date. And starting with Zendikar Rising, in 2020, which granted a fair distance afterward, but starting with Zendikar Rising, you had 3 mana 3/3s at common in white. Sorry, 2020. A Militia Rallier in 2021. 2023 gave us Envoy of Akaneka Hal. 2024 then gave us Vengeful Townsfolk, Thistledown Players, Cult Healer, Inspiring Paladin. 2025 gave us the Daring Mechanic, Summon Chocomog, which would only last for a few turns. Flight Deck Coordinator, Amateur Hero, Spider-Man Web Slinger, and Water Tribe Captain. In other words, it was really easy. Once we started in 2020 and 2021, realistically, once we hit 2023 with Lost Caverns of Ixalan, it just a 3 mana 3/3 with some kind of ability attached. That was par for the course now. Over the last couple of years, and this is a human soldier, is it? Okay. Human, human, human. Human. Actually, human soldier there. Human soldier there. Human. 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 And an actual human soldier there. What about being soldiers? Soldier. Soldier. And soldier. So we got at least 3 soldiers, at least 5 humans, and at least 2 or 3 of them are human. At least 2 of them that I noticed are human soldiers. I think we got 2 human we got 2 human soldiers and 1 human soldier ally. So if you're looking at because it's a human soldier, you have better options. You've got at least 3 that are actual 3/3s. Alright, what if you're building because it's Steve Baudin? Let's start by color. You have a lot of options if you're even if you're playing mono white. you have a lot of options. I see 4, 8, 12, 16, 20, 24, 27, 31, 30. I see at least 32 in mono white. One, two, three, four, five, six. Six more that are Azorius. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 more that are Selesnya. And if you're playing all three, you have Arcades Saboth from Dominaria Remastered as a viable general. Avarice Amulet? Really? The 2017 issue of Black Lotus for Vintage Championships was Steve Baudet. Interesting. Grimoire of the Dead, Icor Wellspring. What are you supposed to be? Oh, okay. Luna and Light Scribe, but just the card. Like just the art card. Mastercore, Mox Amber, Mox Jasper. Yeah, okay. It is viable to build a Steel Baudet deck. And you even have white, blue, green. Okay, you have the basic lands. Canopy Vista, Overgrown Tomb, Evolving Wilds, Exotic Orchard. You have some mana fixing. I wouldn't say you've got a lot, but you've got some. And you do not have to run Benelish Veteran to do it. So, nowadays, I would say he is a card without a home. Peregrine Griffin. Again, if you're playing Griffins... I know I forgot. Always something there to remind me. Bum, 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 ba-dum. There. Would have done that earlier and completely forgot it was a thing I need to do. But yeah. Peregrine Griffin. Yeah, whatever. I don't mind paying a little extra for a first strike. You're playing this because it's a Griffin, most likely. Just because first strike is, like I said before, I think I was saying this last week. First Griffin, might have been the week before, is so strong that because it does help you eliminate creatures without dying in the process. I think Trample gets the popularity that it gets because it pushes through damage. a creature with trample is likely going to hit, is still going to hit the opponent even if it's blocked. Or take out a bunch with it. A creature with first strike is a little more on the defensive side. Hey, Holly! She has arrived! But Peregrine Griffin, you know, first strike is basically going to turn around and take out anything that it can before dying. And because it's going to hit first... No, M12. I did M11 last week. Are you sure? No, I did M11 last week because Squadron Hawk. So, fine, I typoed there. Deal with it. But yeah. First strike is going to, like, first strike on a sufficiently large creature is going to kill a lot of things, and you don't have to have a lot of power. You don't have to have a lot of power for it to be an actual threat. But I feel like Peregrine Griffin at this point maybe should have been like 2 white plus 3, or sorry, 2 white plus 2. And the reason it's 1 white plus 4 is because they wanted to make it more splashable. And as I said before, you can occasionally, when you're casting cards, have 1 colored mana equivalent to, like, 2 colorless mana. Okay, like, this is not, you know, it's not an exact science. Although Wizards of the Coast has probably figured out how to make it an exact science. But in general, you can't do it straight across the board. You cannot take every colored mana symbol that you know, on a card. And, well, if I want to recreate this card, I'll just change this colored mana symbol into a, you know, into a 2, and then we're good. It doesn't work if you go 2 down the route. But you can do it with, like, the occasional symbol. And so I think that's where Peregrine Griffin ended up. I would still, if I don't have to, I'd rather not pay the extra mana, but I don't mind paying a little extra for first strike. Especially since if you take, like, two Peregrine Griffins and put them together, you're now blocking with 4 points of first strike damage, which is going to kill a lot of things and not get a hit back. And fine, you know, maybe it's blocking, maybe the 2 of them are blocking a 5/5. Okay, you grab one other thing. That one other thing is probably the one that's gonna die. Either that or a Peregrine Drake is gonna die. Or Peregrine Griffin. Peregrine Drake. No, that's a different combo card. But yeah, I think you're playing this if you're playing Griffins. And if you're not playing this in Griffins, I'm going to ask why. And I'm not saying... keep in mind, when I say I'm asking why, I'm expecting to hear a reason. Because sometimes there's a valid reason not to. Is there a better Griffin in that slot than this? If there's not, that's the answer. There's not a better card in that slot. Okay. Or maybe it's, maybe you're playing Griffins, but you're doing something weird like playing with nothing but commons. Hi, I've never done that before at all in my life. My 11 commons only decks. Anyway, that's another story. Guardian's Pledge. I think it needs more attention than it gets. People see this as a mono white card. That is generally true. However, if your token strategy, realistically, your tokens are generally going to fall into either green or white. There are going to be decks like zombies and goblins that are going to have tokens as well. But as for an actual token strategy, your most, like, if somebody says token deck, the first thing that's going to pop into most people's minds is either green or white. And if you are on the white side of the fence and not the green side, like take a look at the tokens that are being generated. And the question simply is, do they have a white, do they identify as white? Or do they identify as green or red or something else, but relevantly not white? If most of them are white, whether it's white-green, Ink Shield, I think, makes white-black tokens. If the instruction that makes the token says they are white, white-red, white-black, white-whatever, then for the purpose of a card like Guardian's Pledge, they're white. If most of them are like that, put it in your deck. It's like if you were looking at playing, if you're looking at a card like Bad Moon, and, most of your creatures are black, black-green, black-red, whatever, you should be playing Bad Moon in that deck. Guardian's Pledge, same thing, but it's an instant, and it gives +2/+2, which is a lot. And because, +2/+2, 3 mana is about usually what you're going to end up spending for that to get +2 power in general. Even if you compare to the red cards where you see them more often, they're usually about 3 mana to give, was it Trumpet Blast, I think is the card I'm thinking of? Trumpet Blast or a similar card. It's 3 mana. +2 power till end of turn. This is stronger. It gives +2 power and +2 toughness, which also means greater survivability. Whether that's in combat or due to somebody playing a card like Earthquake. Or another card of that nature. Or somebody playing with, Pestilence, Crypt Rats, anything along that line. More survivability there. Which also means you don't have to use it during combat. You can use it as a combat trick to go, oh, okay. Well, now that blocks are declared, I pump my team by this much. They all deal extra damage. They all survive things that they wouldn't have otherwise. This all dies, this dies, this dies. Or you can save it as some kind of protection spell. So depending on the kind of decks you're playing, again, it doesn't have to be a mono white deck. Whoops. No. Oh. I know the card I'm thinking of. Witness Protection. It's a blue card. Loses all abilities and is a green-white citizen creature. Yeah. Take a look at the stuff that you're generating and go, am I running enough white in my deck to make Guardian's Pledge worthwhile? You might surprise yourself with some of your lists to find the answer is actually yes. Griffin Rider. Do you have a reasonable, I'm not saying a lot, reasonable number of changelings in your deck? You know, sure, you might have some actual griffins in your deck. If you don't, oh yeah, a 4/4 flyer for 2 mana, really good if you can do it. If you've got, say, I would probably say if your deck has about half a dozen changelings and a couple griffins, that's probably enough to suddenly go, oops, by the way. Also, hilariously, if you have Faceless Haven and or Mutavault in your mana base, that suddenly turns this on very easily. As a general rule, if I want to be able to turn a given card on occasionally, I often find about 4 or 5 cards that do what I'm looking, that support the card I want to enable. I often find that's about right. A good example of this would be if I go down to my mono red common stack. Boop, boop, boop. Boop, 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 boop. Oh, you're not in here. Did I take you out? Oh, no, I'm in the wrong slot. Here you are. Scared Tailor. A card I regularly bring up to various people for various things. Scared Tailor wants to become tapped to either get a land from your hand into play or a land from your graveyard into play. And my favorite thing to recur with Scared Tailor are the Capenna auto-sack lands. They did not exist when I came up with this list initially. Dude, River Tier Overlook. Oh my god, you can't add a single letter. River Tier's Overlook. When this enters, sacrifice it. So as soon as it comes into play, you're sacrificing it already. When you do, you search for a basic land that hits one of 3 specific types. Search your deck for a basic land with one of 3 types. Put that into play on the shuffle and gain a life. So you combine that with Scare Tiller. Well, comes into play. I sack it right away. Fetch for a land, put that in play. Gain a life. Next turn, I can find a way to tap Scare Tiller again. Get my Riveteer's Overlook or whatever land I'm using. Bring that back. And keep fetching my basics out of my deck. And so I'm going to want a few ways to make sure I can make Scare Tiller work. But I don't need a lot. I need a few. And so as a result, my mana base, for example, includes, let's see if I can find them. Are they not in this build? They may not be in this version of this build. There's this, and then there's the actual paper version. And I have... Alright, fine. Make me check another list. I think white... Actually, I probably went for them in the colorless one first. Higher ramp. Yeah, there's Scare Tiller here. And then lands. Yep. If I... Yeah, see... Oops. Damn it. There's my Scare Tiller. And if I jump down to my lands, there's a holdout settlement and a survivor's encampment. And early ramp also has the Springleaf Drum. So there's 3 ways to tap my Scare Tiller fairly easily. Plus, like, something else that would make sense. Or in a pinch, you can also attack with it. So, depending on what you need it for, you don't need to be able to tap it all the time, but just enough. And so I find 4 is commonly about right for something of that nature. You can run more, obviously, which means it'll pick up more often. But for something that you need to be able to do once in a while, 4 is a good place to start. For something like Griffin Rider, you want to be able to keep this on all the time. But I think about 8 or 10, you should probably be able to find one fairly easily and then have it turn on. If you have 10, that means 1 out of every 10 cards in your deck is, would fall under Griffin. I'll leave it up to you to decide which one's Stewie, which one's Peter, which one's Brian. And then, so that means you open 7. So somewhere within, that and like your next few cards, on average, you should probably hit 1. What the math says, don't know, but that feels about reasonable. And again, they could be in your mana base because you do have ways of creating changeling lands that have got changeling, or lands that already can become griffins anyway. So I feel like about 10 is fine, even if you're not going tribal. And keep in mind, a lot of changelings will cover for you, and you can probably get it down to about 7 or 8 reasonably. And if you're doing that, then Griffin Rider suddenly goes from, yeah, it's fine, to, oh my god. And that's not even counting shenanigans like, I mean, you could also make it the Griffin. With effects like Rune Stalactite, or there's a modern equivalent. There, Stalactite Dagger, which is 2 to cast, 2 to equip, as opposed to 1 to cast and 2 to equip. +1/+1, and does all creature types. Same thing here. Except the Rune Stalactite, costing 1 mana more, also gives you a changeling token. So you can use one of those, attach that to the Griffin Rider, and now, even if you're token from the dagger dice, the Griffin Rider itself is now a Griffin. And have a nice day. You can also combine it with things like Conspiracy, Xenograph, Ley Line of Transformation, stuff of that nature. Or fall back on Masquerade Nexus, etc., etc. And you have a 4/4 flyer for 2 mana relatively easily. So, yeah, fairly easy to turn that on. Arbalest Elite. Where I would want to use this, if I'm to play a card like Arbalest Elite, the first thing I want to do with a card like this, if I'm playing Arbalest Elite, I'm probably playing a lot of cards that have this kind of effect. I'm probably playing Davenant Archer, and maybe even Davenant Healer. Bridget, I can't remember what her name was from Lorwyn. The first trip to Lorwyn, not Lorwyn Eclipsed. There, Bridget, a Hero of Kinsbale, because she's got a similar, a vaguely similar ability, etc., etc. I'm probably building around that concept, because I can then start shooting down a bunch of creatures. But if I'm playing around, if I'm playing with Arbalest Elite, I want to be able to generate a lot of mana, and I want to have other ways to untap it. So, what I would want is a card like Freed from the Real, or Pemen's Aura, or something of that nature, that gives me a way to pay mana to untap the creature. Oh yeah, Holly, did you see this? Did you see how much Freed from the Real is nowadays? Also, the I Am Superman aura is like pushing $12 US for the Scourge printing, because the the problem with the list is just simply it's hard to pin down individual cards for it in the first place. But yeah, Pemenzora is pushing 12 US, so you're looking somewhere in the 15 to 16 Canadian range, etc. But if you can do that, then suddenly multiple activations are multiple damage and shooting down multiple things. And oh no, it doesn't untap during my untap step. Okay, I have a way to untap it anyway. So now, to be fair, if I'm heading down that, if I'm heading down that, like if I'm taking that kind of route, I'd probably rather find a way to give it like Death Touch or something. At which point, I don't need the Arbalist Elite. But I mean, it never hurts unless it's hurting your opponent's stuff. Um, you're playing Archer Tribal? Okay, I can see that. Also, there are a few things that's satisfying as a good, healthy thunk. The reason it doesn't untap next turn, if you've ever looked into crossbows at all, and even from like a game mechanic standpoint, not an actual physical crossbow, but if you've ever looked into crossbows at all, sometimes, they can be big, heavy, unwieldy things, and it takes time and effort to put another bolt in. Um, if you're looking at, if you've got a standard crossbow, and keep in mind we're talking, medieval era, fantasy or not, we're talking medieval. Like magic, sorcery, and all that stuff may be a thing, but we're talking a medieval based object. We're not talking something that's made out of, um, carbon steel or anything like that. We're not talking these esoteric. No, we're talking stuff that's made from like wood and metal. And so you put a bolt in, and you might be able to fire off a shot every few seconds. Or on the bigger, heavier duty ones that can fire a shot that deal more damage, it's going to take more effort to load it. In Dungeons and Dragons, you're a heavy crossbow. By default, at least in the older versions of the game, you could fire off one shot now, and then spend your next turn trying to reload the damn thing. And so you could only get a shot off, every other turn, basically. This is why the Arbalist Elite, which is basically a big, heavy crossbow, doesn't untap the following turn. It's because it's giving one good, healthy thunk now, but now you have to take some time and actually reload it. And then you can fire again the following turn. So flavor-wise, that makes sense, because 3 damage from, from a creature that falls into this category, that is a lot. Let's not mince words. Creatures that have an ability along this line deal 1, maybe 2 points of damage. 3 is a lot. That explains why it's like, nope, spend the next turn reloading the damn thing. So flavor-wise, it completely makes sense. That's how I would conceive building the deck. Or just build around stuff that wants to, hit fast, hit hard, in some manner of speaking. And, okay, I have to take a break. Give me a sec while I reload. Untap. Personal Sanctuary. During your turn, prevent all damage to be dealt to you. It's not common you're going to be playing with cards that can deal damage to you. Oh. As I would have said back in the day, hold my beer. One of the best known cards from way back in the day, from Arabian Nights, Magic's first ever expansion. Doesn't look like anything special nowadays. This was a big deal in the days before even revised. Shazam Jin, 4 mana for 5/5 that had an upkeep cost of dealing 1 damage to you. That doesn't sound like a lot, but at the beginning of your upkeep, this deals 1 damage to you. During your turn, prevent all damage to be dealt to you. So if you've got cards that have an upkeep cost that deal damage, as opposed to life loss, Personal Sanctuary might be a thing you're interested in. This also helps against cards that, well, will deal damage to the entire board. So, another example would be Pyrohemia. Pay a red, Pyrohemia deals 1 damage to each creature and each player. If you have effects like that, you're going to want a card like Personal Sanctuary, and then you can spend the mana and burn the board all you want. Maybe you want, in a situation like that, you want a card like a Chroma's Memorial. Again, going back to that, well, because it's a card I remember that does a specific thing I'm looking for. In this case, giving all your creatures protection from red, because Pyrohemia is a red source. And then suddenly, you can protect all your creatures and protect yourself at the same time, and I'll just wipe everybody else's board. Yeah, it's fine. No big deal. I take nothing. My creatures take nothing. I don't see why you guys are having a problem. Okay, I guess I'll have to T-Pro out of here. Wait, you're spending Teferi's protection on that? Why? Welcome to, trolling your opponents. Alabaster Mage. There are times when this does just literally exactly what you need to do. If you don't want to go and spend, higher money, and fortunately it's relatively inexpensive these days. Nope, no, am I misremembering? Or am I? Oh, no, he's higher than I thought. He's higher than I remembered. He's about $20. Heliod Suncrowned. It's the big reason to play Heliod Suncrowned in any given deck is to give something lifelink. May I introduce you to Alabaster Mage? What do you want? Why do you care about giving giving something lifelink? So, Alabaster Mage, or something of that nature, allows you with 2 other cards to go infinite. One of the other cards, there's a few options. Holly might hopefully prefer this one. Toymaker. 2 mana artifact, 1/1 1/1 artifact creature spell shaper, which I find is hilarious. I get it because of the set it came out in. I keep thinking it came out in Ursa Block. No, this is Masks. Pay 1, tap it, and discard a card. Target non-creature artifact becomes an artifact creature. Parent toughness equal to its mana value till end of turn. So, you take something that's not you take an artifact that's not already a creature, turn it into an artifact creature till end of turn. You can then use Alabaster Mage to give that creature lifelink. So what thing that's not already a creature but is an artifact do we want to turn into an artifact creature? How about an Aetherflux Reservoir? Once your life total is high enough, so let's say 51 or higher, so only 11 points over your starting life total in a game of Commander, this is now an infinite win condition. You pay 4 you pay 4 mana, put it in play. Use Toymaker, pay 1, tap. This is now a 4/4 artifact creature with these abilities. You then use Alabaster Mage, so now you're looking at 7 mana. Sorry, yeah, you're now looking at 7 mana, one of which has to be white. Give this thing lifelink. As long as you start off with at least 51 life, this is going to be a 4/4 artifact creature with an ability that can deal 50 damage to any target. Yeah. You can use Alabaster Mage for combo shenanigans. You don't have to. You can. That's one place where it gives you a bonus option. But you can just simply use it to give creatures lifelink, which doesn't sound like a lot, but combine that with, for example, I don't know, the Arbalest Elite that we just looked at a few minutes ago, maybe longer. Every time you use the Elite to deal 3 damage to something, if you activate Alabaster Mage, you're going to gain 3 life every time you shoot something for 3. So, and that can start getting you out of hand actually fairly quickly. Timely reinforcements. The funny thing about how this card is worded is you do not have to refer to the same player in both cases. 3 mana sorcery. If you have less life than someone, if you have lower life than anyone else, you gain 6 life, which for 3 mana is not bad. If you have fewer creatures than somebody else, you get 3 soldier tokens. Neither of which are a bad deal for 3 mana. I would say it's okay for the life gain, and actually pretty decent for the creature generation. So as long as you can generate one of those effects, you're probably fine. But if you can get both of them, I'd call that pretty good. So would most people that have played this card in the past. This used to be a big thing. I think this was big in Standard, and I want to say it made it in Modern as well. Again, when Modern was a very different beast than it is nowadays. um, if you are like I see the 3 tokens as so getting less creatures. There's a few ways to do that. A, have a way to sacrifice your creatures. B, play out your creatures less. C, just have less creatures in your deck in general. D, have stuff that natively isn't a creature, but can become one. Again, I bring up Mutavault. Again, at a convenience. Because it is a land that can become a creature until end of turn. You're playing white. Chances are you may be considering playing with, one of the various incarnations of Gideon. That's a planeswalker. That, if you use his ability, can become a creature till end of turn. There's also, you can get artifacts to become creatures, you can get enchantments to become creatures, you can get lands, obviously, to become creatures. If you flip a battle, it's usually a creature on the other side. There's lots of sagas that are a creature on the other side, etc., etc. So having something that's not natively a creature, not a big deal. So there's that way to do it. Just having less life might actually be a little harder if you're in mono white. If you're in mono white, might be a bit more difficult. Because you usually want to have a thing where you're paying life for effects. But white does get some. And in fact, if you take a look right down at the bottom to my mono white burn deck, I do have ways of making sure everybody, of making sure people have lower life totals. So Urborg Tomb of Yawgmoth, for example, combined with Karma or Stern Judge, both of which burn people for each swamp they control. Urborg turning everything into swamps. Fire and Brimstone, which I'm probably the only person that would consider putting this into a deck, but that's because I'm playing mono white burn. 4 damage to an attacking player and 4 damage to yourself. Ication Money Changer, when it comes into play, it deals 3 damage to you. But then every upkeep you get a counter on it. And it starts off with 3. And then at some point during your upkeep, you can sack it to gain life equal to the number of counters on it. Volatile Rig. When it dies, flip a coin. If you lose the flip, 4 damage to each creature and each player. Etc, etc, etc. There are ways that you can play in a mono white deck to burninate yourself. Mana Vault. People like playing Mana Vault. Beginning of your draw step, if it's tapped, deals 1 damage to you. Where are you here? Ancient Tomb. Taps for 2 colorless, deals 2 damage to you. City of Brass, Grand Coliseum, Tarnished Citadel. There's another one. I can't remember the name of it, but it's the same idea as these. And if you tap for colored mana, you get burned. Oh, I know why it's not in here, because it's a life payment. It's not damage. Ideally, I want damage because I've got King Darien as my general. But there are ways to make it so that you to reduce your life total just enough. Mana Confluence. Reduce your life total just enough so that you can get timely reinforcements to go, yeah, hey. And the thing is, it's if you have less life than an opponent. Well, I'm at 40. You're at 41. Cool. And you don't have to declare who the players are when you cast it. You do it when it resolves. I have less than you. And I have less creatures than you. Cool. I gain 6 life, and here's my tokens. So if you're playing with timely reinforcements, I suggest ways somehow of making sure you can reduce your life total. Don't need to, but it's easier. And sometimes one of them is just, go for, suddenly go for an alpha strike, and people are going, why is he alpha striking? Okay, hit you back. Oh. Oh yeah, I kind of left myself open to that, didn't I? Timely reinforcements, gain some of that life back, get 3 more bodies. Thanks. Armored Warhorse, you primarily play this because it's actually a fairly efficient vanilla creature. 2 mana, you gain a 2/3. You can get a 2/3, a 3/3, or a 3/2 in white and green. This is about on par with what you'll generally see for vanilla 2-drops. I generally prefer an Armored Warhorse because it's got better survivability. Against a 2/2 first strike, let's say, it will, it'll actually stick around. If I'm specifically going for a more aggressive deck, then yes, I want a 3/2. But if I'm going for if I'm just going with typical behavior, if I'm just going with like a typical basic deck, I'm probably going with Armored Warhorse first. Pride Guardian. 1 mana for a 0/3 defender. Whenever it blocks, you gain 3 life. Combine this with any effect that says, hey, by the way, enchant creature or whatever can block any number of creatures. And sort by cooler. Active Heroism can block additional creatures. Blaze of Glory. I would really want to get a copy of Blaze of Glory. Unfortunately, it's like 100 US now. Target creature defending player controls can block any number of creatures this turn. But it then has to block everything if possible. So it can block it can block any number, and it has to block everything if it can. Brave the Sands. Each creature you control can block an additional creature each combat. Honestly, if you're playing a defender deck, toughness matters, something along that line. Put the Brave the Sands in. Sense Tactician. Creatures with +1 counters can block additional. Entangler. Enchant creature can block any number of creatures. Give no ground. Target creature can block any number this turn. High ground. Each creature you control can block additional. 100-handed one can block. Well, once you monster sit, it can block 100 creatures. Iona's Blessing can block additional. Valor Made Real can block any number of creatures, which is absolutely silly. Yer can block up to 3 additional creatures. Right. Frisian Totem, as long as it's an artifact creature, can block an additional creature. Oh no, it required 2. It had Menace, I think. Echo Circlet can block any number of creature, can block an additional. Vanguard Shield can block an additional creature. Whenever this creature blocks. Oh, no. Sorry. After that entire ramble bit, I just realized Pride Guardian's text says whenever it blocks, not whenever it blocks a creature. And that makes a difference. Because whenever it blocks is, I have been declared as a blocker. And so, as long as it's been declared as a blocker for at least one creature, it's been declared as a blocker. As opposed to whenever this blocks a creature, well, I'm blocking this creature, and this creature, and this creature, and this creature, and this creature. I'm blocking 5 creatures. Oh. Okay. Well, since it's whenever you block a creature, well, you're blocking a creature 5 different times. So that triggers 5 times. No. I think they saw the potential for that and said, yeah, let's not do that. So what shenanigans can we pull off with that? Well, again, if you're playing a deck that's got stuff like High Alert and whatever, it's going to deal damage based on its toughness. So it's a 1 mana 3/3. Having Defender, it's like, oh, this can attack as though it had Defender. How nice. Again, there's ways around that. Plus, it's a cat, which people are going to enjoy. Divine Favor. You'll notice that white here, already off the bottom stack, already's got like a decent number of life gain stuff. And Alabaster Mage, Timely Reinforcements, and Divine Favor. I'll do something about, and Pride Guardian, I'll do something about your life total. Divine Favor, I like. This is 1 mana more than Holy Strength, which was all the way back from Alpha. It only gained +1/+2. Yeah, it only gained +1/+2. So, for an extra mana, you're gaining 3 life and giving the enchanted creature an additional point of toughness, which is really good. You know, spending 1 mana to give something +0/+1 and gain 3 life is actually pretty decent. Especially when it's in addition to a card that you already might want to be considering playing in the first place. So, this was in M11 and M10 for an extra mana, +3 life, and +1 toughness. And giving +1/+3 is, like, giving +1/+2 is already a lot. Giving +1/+3 is huge. Yeah, so if you're playing with auras, basically if you're doing any sort of Boggle strategy, at least consider a card like this. Something that is heavy on giving. Something that is heavy on a toughness boost. It doesn't have to necessarily be this card, but this is a very efficient card for what this does. As for Stave Off, target creature gains protection from the color of your choice till end of turn. There's better options. If you were playing this card, it's either... I would generally assume it's either you can't afford better options, which is a thing that can happen. Either because, maybe your deck has got a specific budget to it. Maybe you're trying to build one of them $10 or $15 commander decks. Considering the fact that I have, like, almost a dozen decks that are nothing but commons, I can't say anything. If you're doing it due to budget constraints, okay, cool. That's a viable reason. If you're playing this card specifically, what you want for is you want to protect a specific creature. I suggest if you're doing that, you're probably building around your commander specifically. For example, a Voltron deck. I feel like a card like this fits better with a Voltron deck that is being suited up with equipment. yeah, you're looking at the fact that you're playing it for a budget. You need enough effects of a certain type. Maybe you're just looking out for something like Feather, which is a general that I could see. I think it's Feather the Redeemed. Yeah. And this is somebody that I could see people playing. You know, this is a card I could see people playing Stave Off in a deck like that. Would not generally recommend it. There are better options. However, there are times when you need to go down to something like Stave Off. If you need, like, let's say, half a dozen, half a dozen effects like that, at what point do you go, I guess I'm playing that? And sometimes you're just building out of what you've got handy. Let us go to the blue cards. Oh, that's not too bad. An error 17. 5. Yeah, okay. Skywinder Drake, 3 mana for a 3/1 flyer that can only block flyers. Again, wouldn't play this card in general. There may be times when you think you need to. Are you playing mono blue drakes? You might be looking at this and going, might need that. It is a 3 power creature. It is a 3 power flyer for 3 mana. So that is something to keep in mind. One card that I really like, though, is only slightly more difficult to cast. It's 2 blue plus 1 instead of 1 blue plus 2. It's like an extra 10 cents. But it's a 3/1 flyer that does not say it can only block flying creatures. It doesn't have that. It's not settled that additional line. Plus, it's got protection from lands. Protection from lands. Yeah, protection from lands. I see this in a couple of ways. One, there are lands that like to do silly things to people. There is the card Desert. Let's go with a recent printing. Taps for colorless, or taps to deal 1 damage to target attacking creature. Activate only during the end of combat step. Wait, what? Yeah. Combat doesn't just end after combat damage is dealt. There's still one more step. Beginning of combat. Declare attackers. Declare blockers. Combat damage. End of combat. Combat actually has 5 steps. People forget that, people generally assume there's, people act like there's only 3. There's 5. And Desert, you can only activate during end of combat. And the reason it says that is if you take a look at the original wording. Or do 1 damage to an attacking creature after it's dealt its damage. Well, because the way modern rules work, combat damage is assigned, then resolves in a single step, with no break in between. We assign it all. We assign it all. We resolve it all. Then players can do stuff. Well, that then players can do stuff is now you're in the end of combat step. But Horizon Drake means you cannot ping this for damage with Desert. Which sounds weird, but that, partly due to the fact that Desert is a bit of a weird card. But that's a thing. It can block land creatures all day long. Hey, Earthbending, how you doing? Yeah, it's your friend Horizon Drake here. Oh no. Because it's a 3-power creature, and a lot of Earthbending cards only Earthbend for 1, 2, or maybe even 3. They only Earthbend for, a small number. Horizon Drake can take out the Earthbend and basically just be your blocker all day long and not care. Also, since we're looking at land creatures, you then have other ways of having land creatures. You have, for example, cards like Mutavault that can become creatures till end of turn. Yeah, doesn't care. Anything that tries to... Oh, Lord. Eh? Oh, derp. Guess I did that wrong. It's supposed to be that one. If near Deadlands, sack deserts, put 2 -1 counters on a creature. Grasping Dunes, sack itself to put a -1 counter on target creature. Yeah. Cannot touch a Horizon Drake. There's lots of little things like that. Like, some things are going to be, bigger and more important. And sometimes they're just going to be annoying things that are just going to come up and it'd be like, that's nice. Don't care. Block. If you've got a way to give this thing vigilance, it's going to be a field day. Yeah, and the funny thing is, it's also a Drake. The reason to play Skywinder is because it only requires a single blue. And if your Drake deck is heavy on another color, like, let's say, heavy on, heavy on white and some blue, then the Skywinder might be a better option. But realistically, there are better Drakes out there. Amphin Cutthroat. Vanilla creature, 2/4 for 4 mana in blue. Which is about right for what I would expect from blue. These days, maybe a 2/5 or a 3/4. But I would not. That's probably about as far as I would expect a blue creature to get for. And because at common nowadays, you can get a 3/3 flyer. And remember, 2/4 averages to 3/3, so that's about the same. You get a 3/3 flyer with additional bonuses. But if you're looking for vanilla and you're looking for blue, this is not unreasonable. If you want, because it's got a higher toughness, look at the creatures that are like 0/6s. 0/6, 0/7, 0/8. Or maybe a 1/6. You want creatures that have got high toughness at that point. ID equal U, toughness greater than 4, mana value equal 4. Game paper. And sort by toughness. Descending. Well, Cherix obviously wins for being a 0/17. But then you actually have a few options that have 6 toughness. Once you get past Cherix, 6 toughness is not unreasonable. You've even got the crustacean out of Ikoria, which is a 1/6 with flash, which is, I think, perfectly legitimate. So in a deck like that, that's probably where I'd start. Are you building a deck around salamanders? You might be stuck playing this. Are you playing a mono blue vanilla deck? This is actually a reasonable card. Let's do that search again, but instead of toughness 4, let's go is vanilla. Well, take a look. You have a 2/4, a 2/5. Okay, you've got 3 2/5s, which is the exact same with an extra point of toughness, although the next born Seaguard is 2 blue plus 2 instead of blue plus 3, so not quite the same. Giant Octopus, which is a 3/3. Vantress Transmuter is actually the biggest of them at a 3/4. And then Fortress Crab is a 1/6, which, again, that thing is just huge. And if you're looking for something where toughness matters, you want the Fortress Crab. You want the Fortress Crab first. But yeah, like, I think the Amphan Cutthroat might lose out here if you're looking at a vanilla deck, because you're comparing it and Giant Octopus, and depending on what you're looking for, I'll say the one thing about Giant Octopus, Amphan Cutthroat rather, over Giant Octopus, is that in a vacuum, it survives Lightning Bolt, it survives the Braid, it survives a bunch of that sort of effect. It takes 4 damage to kill, which means it probably is going to be in combat more often. So yeah, if you're looking for four mana vanilla creatures out of the, was it 7? This might make number 5. If you're going that deep on 4-drops, then yes, you might be playing this. Chasm Drake. Oh look, another Drake. But this one costs 2 more mana. And it's got 2 more points of toughness, and whenever it attacks, target creature you control gains flying till end of turn. This is a personal thing. I very rarely enjoy cards that say, whenever this creature attacks, target creature you control gains flying till end of turn. Is there not a reason just to give it flying? is there really no reason to just say, you know, uh, like playing cards like Wonder or Levitation or, stuff of that nature, which say, hey, by the way, creatures you control have flying. And the only reason I can see for not doing that is a card like this, Chaos Sphere. And these cards are few and far between. Creatures with flying can only block creatures with flying. So air can only block air. Creatures without flying have reach. Basically, take the idea of, you know, a creature with flying can block anything, and a creature without flying can only block a ground creature. Turn that upside down. Now, a creature with flying can only block in the air, and a creature without flying can block anything. The only reason I see for having a card like Chasm Drake in your deck, realistically, is because of cards like Chaos Sphere. Again, few and far between. Otherwise, you might as well be playing with cards like Levitation, Wonder. I could say Chroma's Memorial, but that's too easy. Well, that one in this case feels too lazy now. Wouldn't bother. Again, you're playing Drakes. You might have to. The problem there is the granting of flying is going to feel redundant when most of you're playing Drakes, they already fly. Next stop, Merfolk Mesmerist. Oh, look, it's a blue squire with an ability. Don't you think if I saw a half woman, half fish with 3 glowing eyes, I'd have remembered? Drugo, Town Guard. Well, not if she's good at mucking with your mind. Are you playing Mill and you're not playing Advisors? You probably want this card. This is a millstone this is millstone on a body. This is not a... This is not a thing I remember. Huh. Oh, Shepherd of the Lost. Really, really good in some decks. Who does the Ice Grand? Not something I've seen before. Anywho. Yeah, if you're looking to mill out, especially if you're looking to mill one player at a time, you're probably playing an effect like this. If you add what's his name to it? Not Baral. Bruvac. You know, if you add a card like Bruvac to that, then suddenly it's like blue tap, somebody mills 4. I wonder. Ba-ba. Nope. Okay. Just Bruvac. Not like that's not enough, right? But yeah, Merfolk Mesmerist, you play this and you are, you know, even with the thing is, even without Bruvac, it's still fine. The problem is, an effect like this is going to be slow. However, again, I point your attention to a card like Free from the Real, which basically means that in even numbers only, but every blue you pump in is going to be target player mills a card. In batches of 2 only. But which, doing it that way, Freed from the Real or an effect of that nature, plus Merfolk Mesmerist, can actually get out of hand pretty quickly. Not something that I thought of until now. Aven Fleetwing. At this point in time, your starting point for your starting point for a 2/2 flyer was blue plus 2. So you're paying an extra mana for hexproof, which this is the first set where we were introduced to hexproof as a keyword. Did not exist before then, or before this. So we've now had hexproof for 15 years. That's still less than half the game's lifespan. This came out in 2011. The game was out for 18 years. So you're basically looking at summer of 2029, so about 3.5 years from now, when this will actually be around for half the game's lifetime. Anywho, if you're looking at building a hexproof deck, so a hexproof deck, for those that are not aware, basically will take a usually inexpensive but at least affordable creature and throw auras on it. This is the general premise for how they commonly work. They can be enhanced by other means, but commonly you are putting auras on it. And then you have, because the thing is, if you have auras on it, the auras are going to stick around, turn after turn after turn. Barring certain, odd scenarios. But they're generally going to stick around every turn. because the common problem with auras that people historically have had is that once you cast them on a creature, if the creature dies, gets exiled, gets returned to hand, whatever, if the creature leaves play, you not only lose the creature, you also lose the aura that was on it. Giving the creature hexproof makes it pretty much immune to spot removal. Makes it pretty much immune to spot removal, at which point now you need mass removal, and the question is it worth it? And so the aura gets to stay around and do its thing for a lot longer. This is probably mana-wise about as high up as I'd want to go for a base creature. But a 2/2 flyer is a good starting point. It is a very good starting point. Because again, as I've mentioned before, flying gets overlooked a lot. It gets very, very overlooked. There are certain decks that just flying is not, it's just not a thing. Goblins, for example. If somebody's building a goblin deck, what's the chance that any of your goblins are going to be able to fly? Realistically. Zombies. Very occasionally, there will be an effect that gives zombies flying. Or there may be a flying zombie. Much more often than there is for goblins. But again, not really a thing. Not something that you expect to see in a zombie deck. Soldiers. Are you playing a white-based soldier deck? Yes. Probably not realistically a thing unless you specifically are looking for it. Knights, same thing. Yes, some creature types are very heavy into that. Dragons. The stuff that Kali likes. Angels, demons, dragons. Slivers, there's, I think, a couple that get flying. You get rid of them, and suddenly they all fall to the ground. So Aven Fleetwing is going to get, like I said, it's probably about as high up mana-wise as I would go for a base creature. But it's going to get a lot of use. I think, off the top of my head, the two mechanics I would like to see in more commander decks would be flying, which seems pretty straightforward, but again, gets overlooked a lot, even including by myself. Although I think when I built my mono red squee deck, I think I actually managed to find enough stuff to give him flying. Draconic Destiny. Oh, oh no. Are you the only one? Oh, Shiv's Embrace. Okay. I have 2 cards in the deck that will specifically give flying. So it's not a thing that I missed, but again, the deck is mono red. It is hard to find a way to give a creature flying in a mono red deck. But yeah, even Fleetwing, yes, I would definitely consider, at least consider a card like this for a hexproof deck. I'd probably want about, I'd say, maybe a dozen creatures as a starting point, and probably like 30 or 40 auras to put on stuff. And then some kind of synergy for, some kind of synergies for auras being cast, or auras coming into play, or some kind of, something similar to that. I'm probably looking, I'm most likely looking somewhere in Bant. Now, whether that's Bant, whether that's Simic, whether that is Azorius, I might even find a way to pull it off in mono blue. I don't know. That's something to look into. But if you're building hexproof, I would at least consider the option. Phantasmal Bear, one of the best aggro 1-drops blue has ever had. I kid you not. Like, this is... this was strong enough to make it into modern. And even though we're looking at like old school modern, pre-modern horizons, etc. Even though we're looking at that, that's still saying something. This was good in standard. It was good in modern. If you're playing illusions, you're probably playing this. If you're playing bears and you're playing blue, you're probably playing this. If you're playing any sort of aggro-based strategy in blue, yeah, like any slot where I can see it making any sort of sense, you should probably play this. This is one of the best 2-drops, one of the best 1-drops that blue has ever gotten for like a creature that's there just to be a creature. At 2 mana, you start looking at like I add on cards like and when I'm saying this, I'm comparing this to something like Delver's Secrets. Delver's Secrets is the best 1-drop. In my opinion, Phantasmal Bear is not far behind. If you have a deck where this could make sense, you probably should put it in. Azure Mage, 2 mana for a 2/1. We talked about Alabaster Mage earlier, where something getting lifelink is actually really good. Azure Mage, same cost, same size. The activation cost is twice as much, but her ability is much more powerful because instead of giving something lifelink, she draws you a card. 4 mana to draw a card. How hard is it going to be for your deck to have spare mana floating around at some point? Almost every game, you're going to have some spare mana floating around that you're not doing something with. Have something to do with it. This is not the best creature for that role, but it's a solid creature for that role. It comes down anytime you've got spare mana, basically. I'd probably want, like, for something that does this, I probably want about 3 creatures in my deck that does something like this. It may not be this specifically, because there's, oh, what do you call it? Spectral Sailor. Spectral Sailor is generally better. Same activation cost. 1 mana for a 1/1 flash flyer as opposed to 2 mana for a 2/1. This is generally better, but I would still want a few. I would still want some cards in my deck that do this. In fact, even if you look at my mono blue commons deck, take out the bodies, take out the pump, take out removal, take out draw trigger, bulk draw. This is where I put stuff in here whose job is specifically to draw me extra cards. I just realized. I should probably embiggen that so it's easier to see on screens. And down here, I have Third Pass Savant and Turmoil's Invoker. One of which is pay 7 to draw 2 cards, and one is pay 8 to draw 2 cards. The entire premise of that is to draw, consistently, like, oh look, I'm doing a thing, and drawing a card. Oh look, I'm stopping you from doing a thing, and drawing a card. Oh look, I cast this creature, and I draw a card. You can't blink without drawing a card. So yeah, Azure Mage, like I said, I would have probably 3 or 4 in a typical deck that says, hey, by the way, draw a card. Pay mana and draw a card. Phantasmal Dragon. Not as good, in my opinion, as Phantasmal Bear. But again, this is one of those creatures that, you're looking at a 1 mana 2/2 versus a 4 mana 5/5 flyer. The funny thing is, people don't want to spend spot removal on this. They don't want to spend spot removal on this. They sure as heck don't want to spend mass removal on this. But at some point they're going to have to, because it's a 5/5 dragon. It's an illusionary dragon, but it's a dragon. Thankfully, because your starting life total is 40 in Commander, not 20, it is less scary. Hey, Yarv. Yes, I am. I am on Twitch and on YouTube. I found an add-on last year before, that I could apply to OBS that lets me stream on both at the same time. The only problem with it is the instructions were, I want to say, Japanese, and so having to find a way to. So in Power of League for that, $75 is actually quite a healthy size. Do you have cards you recommend for landfall? Have you decided on a color scheme? Bant. B-A-N-T. Okay, so you're playing Bant. Wow. Oh man. Okay, let me think here. What's interesting that's in land? You can be picked up for... Okay. If you can pick up the dual deck version or the guild kit version, it's under 40 cents. Otherwise, Ravnica is 60 cents. Copy link. Paste. Oh, okay. You're playing Chocobos. Alright. Sort by... No. Group by... Do it this way. Alright, Earl Extortionist enters. Do you have... how much are you? $1.14 for Zendikar Rising, $2 for World Wake. That might be reasonable. Yeah, Admonition Angel. Oh! Sorry, I did not see that. So, my question then is, can you only play creatures of that type? Or do your creatures have to be mostly that type? Like, are you allowed to play creatures that are not that type and do not refer to that type? As long as it's, like, some and not a lot. Okay. Does that work? Yes, it does. Okay. Type bird. So you're already going to be running Ambrosia. I think I saw Ambrosia. Choco's your general. Sausage Chocobos there. Raise someone. So you just look. Wow. Really? Whenever land. Well, oh, right. Son of a biscuit. There, let's try to. Really? I have. Oh, if it's got changeling, technically you're legal. Hermes. Yeah, those are going to be really good birds. Flying and Vigilance is actually really nice. Alright. Um... and sort by color. I guess you can't get away with playing Felidar Retreat even because of this mode here. Okay, you are running Felidar Retreat? Okay. Yeah. Honor an opponent's control. Instance. Enchantments. Okay. I wouldn't go... Oh. Tap or untap target creature. How can I get extra lands into play? Life and limb. Let's search for... I mean, probably. I'm just trying to... Because I'm trying to think of if I can do some kind of shenanigans with Retreat to Coral Helm. If you have... I don't know if you've got the budget for it. Yeah. So 6, 26, 35, 60. TCG low. Oh, dude, that is insane. TCG low? There are so many places. See, I would have turned around and said TCG average or TCG market. TCG low is insane because there's people that will post cards on there just to get their just to get advertising. Okay, yeah, you don't show up. Where's my phone? Because just as an example, retreat Coral Helm. So, according to the app that I use on my phone, retreat to Coral Helm from Battle for Zendikar. Low is 15 cents, average is 50, and high is $1,000.56. Obviously, nobody goes by high. But I mean, you know, you do this like 15 cents to 50 cents is a huge difference when you're looking at like a sub $100 budget. Wow. Okay, so retreat to Coral Helm. I want to have generating infinite creatures is not. Oh no, I can't do that. Goodbye, Rohim. You're probably a bot. Give me a sec here. You, this. Are you on this one? Here you are. No 2-card infinites, which is fine, because realistically, a lot of the stuff I end up looking at ends up being 3. Your TCG low is 56. So you've got almost $30 to work with. What am I looking at? Oh, this is landfall. I think. Yeah. You know what? Sort by release date. What's going on at Chocobo Camp? Damn. Wait. Oh, this is funny. Life gift. Whenever land enters, you may gain 1 life. Uh, expensive in what context? Mana wise or dollar wise? Because there's some that are actually going to be right. Graveyard. That doesn't bring anything back from the graveyard. You said graveyard return cards. Um, what's his name? Aftermath Analyst is $1. Yes. Yes, Scape Shift was a really big part of a modern combo deck years ago. Right. Uh, there's a spell that does this. Splendid Reclamation you can get for 50 cents. Mending of Dominaria you can get for 18 cents. Will of the Sultai is 82 cents. Okay, so there's 3 cards that you can get for mass reanimate, to mass reanimate your lands. Splendid Reclamation, Mending of Dominaria, and Will of the Sultai. All 3 of which you can run. I would probably run Will of the Sultai because Splendid Reclamation, it's 1 mana more, but one of your options is also putting a bunch of counters on one of your creatures, and if you've got as Krim likes to call it, Sausage Chocobo. Cool, I've got 6 lands in play. Okay, here's 6+1 counters. What else is there? You want to... Yeah, because that'll get... Oh! The Capenna auto-sack lands. If you're doing that kind of shenanigans, you want the Capenna auto-sack lands, and those are cheap. Let me think here. Set Streets New Capenna, type land, rarity equal common, type basic. Oh, search. These guys. Yes, yes, yes. Okay, you can run all 5 of them. Maestro's Theater and Riveteer's Overlook are only going to be able to search for an island for Maestro's Theater or a forest for Riveteer's Overlook. Brokers is going to be able to fetch all 3. Cabaretti and Obscura are going to be able to fetch 2. Because the fun thing about cards like these are they come into play, you have to sack them right away, which means they're going to your graveyard. You search for a relevant basic land, put in play, and gain a life. But because they go, uh, I I just call them the Capenna auto sack lands. Um, but yeah, I would be obviously the first one you want to run is Broker's Hideout. But the thing is, if you're looking at trying to reanimate all your lands as often as possible, these, if you've got that capability at all, these go up in value in a deck like that. What are you called? What are you actually? You're a scarecrow. Okay, forget that. Actually, what's the wording on Scaretiller? Return target land card. Return target land card from your graveyard to the Undergrowth Recon. Undergrowth Recon. I mean, normally I would suggest Scaretiller, but you can't do that because it's a scarecrow. But Undergrowth Recon, I'm gonna guess is probably about $1.50 according to TCG Low. That, in combination with these guys, will allow you to get all your basics out of your deck. Like, you know, another turn comes by. Guess what? I gotta get another one. I gotta get another one. I gotta get another one. And you get to consistently trigger these guys and gain life in the process, which means you're also going to have consistent landfall triggers. Which, because this is a land entering and it's pulling a basic out of your deck, that's going to be entering every turn. You basically get 2 landfall triggers every turn. And you're not even spending your play land for turn. So I would consider a card like Undergrowth Recon for an effect like that. Which uh, which chocobo we talk? Oh, yeah. So whenever land enters, a land you control enters. Yeah, if you've got Undergrowth Recon out and you're fetching one of the Capenna lands, you're going to get one every turn. If you end up... Oh, no. I'm going to hate myself for thinking about this. Change set. Okay. No, you're going to be too expensive. Yep. Considering your budget, I was looking into strip mine, but I'm like, yeah, no, too expensive. You might want to wait. My girlfriend is gonna kill me if I don't go to bed soon. Oh, thank you. Yeah. Feel free. Like, I also have a Discord channel in my YouTube. It should show, or not my YouTube, my Twitch. I think I've got on. Let's see here. Uh, okay, I cannot quickly and easily double check what my Twitch says. Let's see if I do this. Shoot. Yeah, unfortunately, I don't have a quick and easy way to because I'm currently streaming. It won't let me. Uh, it won't let me see if I've got my Discord up there. But I do have a Discord, and I have Discord on there. I think I've got Blue Sky up on there, etc., etc. Anyway, good luck. Hopefully, talk to you another time. Undergrowth Recon. I'm going to have to remember that card. Well, that's interesting. Bant Bird Tribal, wanting something to do with landfall. On a budget, but using TCG low for the pricing, which is insane. That could easily give this guy like twice as much money to work with. Because the pricing on low is just like, as I mentioned before, it's quite often listed there to get people, to get people's attention. And the funny thing is, like a a card that should be like, let's say $10, somebody might put it as like $2, but then charge like $8 or $10 for shipping. Anywho, where was I? Yeah, so Phantasmal Dragon. Yeah, one of these cards where they're going to have to spend a removal spell on at some point. Unless somebody gets a brilliant brainstorm and goes, hey, by the way, I can spend the activation of one of my planeswalkers. Oh, target creature gets +3/+3 till end of turn. Cool. I'll pump this. Oh. Or I'll throw this aura on it. Oh. Or, I'll target this with this beneficial ability. Oh. However, I bring up auras, which brings up another interesting piece of rules shenanigans to play with. You target the creature that an aura or whatever whatever the aura is going to be affecting. Usually it's a creature. You target the creature when you cast an aura spell. And then when the spell resolves, the aura enters and attaches to the creature. However, if the aura enters by another means, for example, jumping into play from the graveyard, because you're not casting it, it doesn't target. So if you can find a way to bring a few auras into play, and let's just say for the sake of example, diplomatic immunity. Diplomatic immunity itself has Shroud, and gives enchanted creature Shroud. Which means, to deal with diplomatic immunity, you need some kind of mass removal first. Either to get rid of the aura, or to get rid of the creature. One way or the other. But if you've got a bunch of auras in your graveyard, and you have them all enter at the same time, can I find a thing to attach to? Yes? Thunk, 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 thunk. Suddenly they all end up on, let's say, Phantasmal Dragon, which cannot be targeted by spells or abilities. Then Diplomatic Immunity is jumped on, and hey, by the way, I give Shroud. And now it's like, oh crap. And now it's got like +8/+8, and Trample, and Shroud, and, you know, another instance of flying, and this, and that, and whenever it hits a player, you know, you draw extra cards, and yeah, it's and people are already interested in playing illusions, even without that, because one of the cards in the set was Lure of the Unreal, which, amongst other things, gives it's a 2-mana. It's a 2-mana. I want to say it's a human wizard. It's a 2/2 that gives all your illusions +1/+1 and hexproof. They're already interested because of that. And because of the fact that these are undercosted creatures. And a lot of them are actually worth playing. Phantasmal Dragon is one of those cards, in my opinion, just like Phantasmal Bear, that is worth playing straight up. Some, I would say no. I would say this one is worth it. And so, yeah, if like there's a few ways to make him work for you. I think if you go into blue-white and do the mass reanimation plan in terms of mass reanimating auras, Phantasmal Dragon gets really scary really fast. Frost Breath. If you're looking to tap down your opponent's stuff, Frost Breath is really good. Tap up to 2 target creatures. They don't untap during their next controller's untap step. So basically, take this one creature or these 2 creatures, tap them down for the next, for the next turn. It's fine. This is basically this is like dealing with stun counters before stun counters existed. I generally wouldn't play a card like this because I more believe in getting rid of the creature. I like these guys. Icy Prison is your... This is basically Journey to Nowhere before Journey to Nowhere existed in blue. It has an upkeep cost of 3 mana. But by the time you're playing this, chances are you can get rid of, like, you can afford the 3 mana. Okay, fine. It's like, I've got 7 lands in play. Okay, I can only cast a 4-drop for the next bit. Oh well. However, it's got an upkeep cost of 3 mana that any player can pay. So that is a little nicer. Raven form, exile an artifact or creature, and they get a 1/1 burb instead. Resculpt, exile target artifact or creature, they get a 4/4 elemental instead. And you are going to want stuff like that at some point in your deck. And I see Frost Breath and I'm like, okay. They can, like, people can find ways to get stuff, you know, to untap stuff easy enough. Why not just play stuff that can actually just get rid of the thing? Because getting stuff back from exile is really, really hard. I wonder. Yeah. And Icy Prison, incidentally, also does the silly... Oh, no. Dude. Icy Prison also does the silly shenanigans that Oblivion Ring can do. Okay. So. Tellurian Sentinel. This isn't the only card to do this. This is just the first card I thought of. 4 mana for a 1/3 flyer. Yawn. Pay blue, tap, and discard a card. Return target permanent you control to owner's hand. Icy Prison. When it enters, exile target creature. Ignore the upkeep bit. When Icy Prison leaves play, return the removed creature to play under its owner's control. So, the way the trick for Oblivion Ring, Faceless Butcher, and anything else where it's got when this enters, exile a thing, and a separate ability that's when this leaves, return the thing. The way those abilities, the way that trick works. Icy Prison enters. You target whatever. I target your dragon. This ability on the stack has not yet resolved. You then use Tellurian Sentinel or some other removals card of something, of some sort. Return, in this case, because Tellurian Sentinel returns it back to your hand. You go, okay, in response, I'm going to return Tellurian Sentinel, or not, I'm going to use Tellurian Sentinel to return Icy Prison back to hand. Well, now it has a leaves play trigger that says when Icy Prison leaves play, return the removed creature to play under its owner's control. The enter ability still has not yet resolved, and as a result, that creature, that dragon or whatever, has not yet been exiled. So you're trying to return a thing that never got taken away. So that just kind of doesn't happen. Then, the Icy Prison's enter ability finally resolves and goes, cool. Now can I finally do my thing? Yes? Thank you. and exiles the creature. Which means with Icy Prison, or Oblivion Ring, or Faceless Butcher, or any other effect where there's two separate abilities, and they use paragraph marks, you know, they if it's a separate ability, it's two separate paragraphs. If one is an enter and one is a leave, you can have the leave resolve first, then the enter. And in a case like Icy Prison, the card is permanently exiled. There's a reason that they eventually changed it to a card like Banishing Light, which is now which is in standard, and is now common these days. Which says exile target non-land permanent an opponent controls until this enchantment leaves the battlefield. It doesn't allow you to play those tricks anymore. But stuff that is written that way, yeah, Deep Cavern Bat doesn't allow you to do the shenanigans. If you try and do that with this enter ability on the stack, the best that you get to do is look at your opponent's hand. But yeah. But I prefer methods that can actually take the problem and remove it rather than, and even in mono blue, rather than just a temporary solution. Which is also part of why I generally don't like bounce effects. You know, Boomerang, for example. Like, I like Boomerang as a card, but when I'm building a commander deck, not fond of it. Because I've found there, like back in the day I would have said yes, but I eventually found there's enough removal in blue that can get rid of a thing and not just send it back for now, but like actually get rid of it. You know, I found there's enough ways to actually eliminate the threat and just go, yeah, okay, it's gone now. You know, I'm spending 3 mana, why not just spend 3 mana on Raven form? Here, I'll give you a 1/1 flyer instead. But that's a me thing. I am not saying if you want to play a deck that more annoys and disrupts your opponent. I'm not saying I think Frost Breath is a bad card. I'm saying for the kind of decks that I build, I prefer stuff that I want a blue Swords to Plowshares effect, essentially. And I can find them. It's, you know, usually your opponent gets something back for it. But you know what? It works. Master Thief. 4 mana for 2/2. When it enters, gain control of target artifact for as long as you control this creature. Also known as Steal Artifact. The exact same cost. Enchant Artifact. You control Enchanted Artifact. And that's a very similar run. Those legs look very similar in the way they're. Anywho, Yeah. So, obviously, if you're playing a card like this, you want cards like Panharmonicon. You also want to be able to... can control this artifact for as long as you control this creature. Unfortunately, that's not going to work too well with something like Coveted Jewel, because your opponent's just going to be like, oh, okay, that's mine now. Wait, what? That's mine now. Because the way Coveted Jewel works, when somebody hits the person that's got it, they take it. It's a little bit like having the Monarch. But Master Thief can be stripped to of his ill-gotten gains a couple of ways. You don't just have to stop him from having his, stop the ability from dissolving, or get him off the board, or whatever. You can also turn around and say, by the way, I'm going to gain control of Master Thief. Wait, what? I'm going to gain control of this Master Thief because it's for as long as you control this creature. If you suddenly no longer control the creature, you lose control of the artifact. What? Yeah. There's a few ways to make Master Thief work. But, that being said, stealing an artifact is great because stealing an artifact, are you stealing an artifact like Gilded Lotus, which is going to refund a bunch? You spent 4 mana on a 2/2 creature, but got an artifact that costs 5 and taps for 3. So you kind of spent, you spent 1 mana, in a manner of speaking, on a 2/2 creature. Doesn't that sound like Phantasmal Bears, but with no drawback? Or you can steal an artifact creature. Nice, nice Blightsteel Colossus you've got there. Would be a shame if something happened to it. By the way, find a way to give it... if you get to Panharmonicon on this and steal Blightsteel Colossus off of one person, and a Chroma's Memorial off a second person, so the last person is going to be very, very nervous. First, attack the last person. Then attack the person that's got the Chroma's Memorial. And then attack the person that had the... and now that you still have the Blightsteel Colossus, attack the person that has the Blightsteel. And just for having a Master Thief and a Panharmonicon, enjoy. Yeah, there's silliness. Mind Unbound. Oh no. 6 mana enchantment. This is going to... Are you the kind of person that likes playing with the One Ring? Are you the kind of person that sees the One Ring and mostly sees, hey, this draws me a bunch of cards and it's got some other stuff going on. But it draws me a bunch of cards, but it burns me for a lot. Mind Unbound gets you the same the same amount of card draw every turn. I think it's like one card behind. Does not burninate your face off. Oh, it's also an enchantment. Enchantments are actually not too difficult to bring back. Also, it uses counters. To be fair, so does the One Ring. However, the One Ring's counters are a burden. See what I did there? They're burden counters, right? These are lore counters. Yeah. I mean, the One Ring, sure, it costs, it costs 2 mana less. But again, it also burninates you. Like, I have seen people die in Commander from their own One Ring. I will say, so the big difference here is that the One Ring, you can choose not to draw additional cards, but you'll still take the burn. This does get counters every turn. This does draw you extra cards every turn. This will eventually kill you from deck death if left unabated. What I would recommend if you are playing with Mind Unbound, let me think here. 13 times 14 divided by 2 is 13 times 7, which is 91. I think you can let this go 13 turns. Well, probably by the time you actually get it out and start using it, probably more like 11 or 12. Because you're probably drawing additional cards in the meantime anyway. Which, barring some kind of shenanigans going on, is probably enough. That's probably enough to get you to the point where you need to be. I would probably run one card in my list somewhere. I'd probably want like two cards that say you have no maximum hand size. I don't know, maybe Reliquary Tower and Seagate Restoration. Or instead of Reliquary Tower, maybe Thought Vessel. And I'd want one card that could stop me from losing the game from not drawing. Like, from drawing from an empty library. Whether it's that Sphinx that gets 5+1 counters instead, whether it's Laboratory Maniac, whether it's Tomorrow Azami's Familiar that replaces your draw with looking at the top of your deck. I'd want probably at least one card just to make sure I don't die from it. But especially if I'm looking at a budget version of the One Ring, this gets you most of the way there. By the way, because it uses counters, and the Burnination is not based on counters, the card draw is based on counters. Feel free to proliferate this. And draw more extra cards every turn. Sphinx of Uthuun. When it enters real top 5, choose an opponent. They get to split it up into 2 piles. One pile goes in my hand, and goes to your hand. The other pile goes to your graveyard. With politics, you can convince somebody to give this to you 5-0. Without politics, this is a 5/6 flyer that on average is going to draw you probably 2 cards. Like, probably your best 2 out of your top 5. Which I would say is still fairly decent. You know, I wouldn't call it insane, but I'd still call that a fairly decent card. But it's an enters ability, which means you can get this regularly. And I will point out that the cards go from your library either to your hand or to your graveyard. So anything that cares about being milled, for example, i.e. being put into your graveyard from your library, if it goes to your graveyard from, you know, through the Sphinx, it's going to your graveyard from your library. So therefore, cards like Narcomoeba are going to enjoy it. So yeah, anything that cares about being milled, well, it's not mill per se. It's not mill per se, but it is, you know, we are looking at cards that are going into your graveyard from your library. Gaia's Blessing, we'll see that and go, hey, cool, I gotta reshuffle stuff back in. Same with the Eldrazi Titans. Kozilek and Ulamog. Your Darksteel and Blightsteel Colossi are going to shuffle back in, etc., etc. So, as is, like, I'm I think I've got you in Sphinx Tribal. Where are you? You are Esper. I do not remember if I have you in here. uh, Sphinx of Uthuun. Yes, I do. Because it's a Sphinx with a cool come into play ability. I mean, to be fair, no reason not to run it. Black. Blood Rage Vampire. I'm kind of meh on this. Mostly because, like, it's not because you end up with a bad card if you can Bloodthirst it. And being able to Bloodthirst it should be relatively easy. You go turn 1 or turn 2, something that can deal damage to an opponent on your turn at some point. A cheap creature with at least 1 point of power. Something that at the beginning of your upkeep this deals 1 damage to each opponent or the target player, or you know, a creature that taps for damage or something. Cool. You took damage. I cast this. I get a. It comes into play with a +1 counter on. The problem is, it's a 4/2, which again averages to a 3/3, which is fine for 3 mana. But a 4/2 creature, because it's only got 2 toughness, still dies to a lot of things. And, something like this, I really want some kind of Lord effect out before I do this. If I have a Lord out, and for those that are not aware, Lords got their category name all the way back in, like, pre-revised, because Lord used to be a creature type. Hey, Roar! Roar! But I go Roar, he goes super Roar. Womp womp. Yeah, Lord used to be a creature type that gave an ability. Nice. Gave an ability to all creatures of a given category. It usually what these creatures of this type all get +1/+1 and some other ability. Goblin King was a Lord that gave goblins +1/+1 and Mountain Walk. Lord of Atlantis gave Merfolk +1/+1 and Island Walk. We'd occasionally end up with a few others. And then Lord as a creature type would get retired. And so suddenly they got, eroded to say other, because Goblin King was not a goblin. It was just creature type Lord. Well, suddenly it was a goblin, but it hadn't affected itself because it wasn't a goblin. Now it could theoretically affect itself, so now it has to say other goblins you control. It's a new one bans, so Biorhythm coming off the list, I think is going to be interesting. I have to see if I actually have any. It's the annoying thing I always found about Biorhythm and Sway the Stars was because they always felt to me like cards that would only make sense to play in Commander, but then they were banned in Commander. No, Biorhythm is going on to Game Changer. Biorhythm was banned initially. They took it off Game Changer, or sorry, they took it off the ban list and put it straight on a Game Changer. But yeah, those two cards always felt to me like stuff that would make, the only place you could sensibly at all play them was Commander, but they were banned in Commander. Uh, and Biorhythm, I mean, you could make an argument where Biorhythm. Okay, try playing Biorhythm in Modern. You are probably going to die before you can do anything with it. That's the problem. It's not playable. It's not legitimately playable in any other format. It's an 8 mana sorcery that, fine, it changes your life total. But by the time you can actually. Yeah, and Simic is probably able to win before this happens. I have not seen Biorhythm be playable in any other form, like in any format ever, unless you're looking at just a group of friends playing with who cares what ban list says where and everything else, and playing around the kitchen table. But if they're playing, even if they're playing Commander and trying to go by what the ban list says, it's like. But yeah, Blood Rage Vampire, I would still want. Well, yeah, but not really. I think that was not so good a decision. I. Even if I assume I'm playing a deck like Elves, the one positive thing that it does is if somebody's life total is getting out of hand, it's going to bring them back down to reasonable. If somebody manages to do, I don't know, like the infinite combo available with Aetherflux Reservoir. You add something like Alhamrat's Archive or something of that nature to that mix, and okay, so Aetherflux Reservoir is a 4-mana artifact. Whenever you cast a spell, you gain 1 life for each spell you've cast this turn. The more relevant line is pay 50 life, this artifact deals 50 damage to any target. If you can make this into an artifact creature, you can then give it lifelink. If you give it lifelink, every time you pay 50 life, you deal 50 damage to a target. It's got a lifelink, so it's an artifact creature, so you'll gain that 50 life back. And it usually ends up being a 3-card combo, but it's an infinite combo at that point. 1 card to turn this into an artifact creature. and another card to give it lifelink. And you just plow through infinite. You know, you just shoot down everybody and everything, regardless of what, you know, who's at what life total. Oh yeah. Oh, you can do this in mono white real easy. You can do Karn or Toy Maker. Um, actually, two different Karns. And white's got enough ways to give stuff lifelink. Actually, you could even do it in colorless, because instead of that, you can add something like Loxodon Warhammer or um, I'm drawing a blank on what it's called. Where's my list? Basilisk Color. Yeah. Well, that's why I said there are at least two different cards, because there's the Planeswalker and there's the creature. because Karn's Silver Golem has an activated ability that does that, and so giving, you know, here's an artifact, make it into a creature, equip it with Basilisk Color, give it lifelink. Cool. What's my life total at? 54? Cool. And then you can add a card like Alhamrad's Archive, which says whenever you would gain life, you gain, you know, if you would gain life, you gain twice that. Yeah, actually, it's a real simple reason that would not come, that most people I don't think would think of. It's called a manual dexterity card. There's that and Chaos Orb. They both have the same problem, which is you have to be able to take the card and flip it in the air. And if it doesn't successfully do a 360, it has no effect. They realized after a few years that people that have issues with their hands can't actually do that. Like, how do you flip the card in the air if, for example, you're missing a hand? The answer is with a lot more difficulty. So they basically banned those two cards for the same reason, because it was not fair to people that couldn't do that. You know, you should be able to play with the cards that are in front of you and strategize, not whether or not you can make a card to do a certain thing. So as a result, it's banned pretty much everywhere for those kind of reasons. But yeah, where was I? Aetherflux Reservoir, going infinite. What were we talking about before that? Right. Oh yeah, Charizard being banned everywhere. Honestly, the problem isn't the card. The problem with Charizard isn't the, like, it is and it isn't the card. It's the fact that it puts the games that you're currently playing on hold while you start a sub game. Have to wait for that sub game to finish. Heaven forbid you've got more than one Charizard somehow. Then, only for the person who loses that to lose half their life, and then you go back to the original game and continue on from there. Everything about it, in a mechanical sense, we could deal with. But it now is going to make a game take twice as long. And if you are, if you sit down and play a game of Commander and you expect it's going to take, 2 hours, and suddenly this is going to drag on for like 4 or 5 hours, that's not always a commitment that people can actually legitimately sign up for. It actually Sharazad. It actually was a vintage deck at one point. Um, it actually was a vintage deck at one point because it is a it's a 2 mana spell that cool. If I make you lose this, then you're taking 10 because you're talking vintage. You're talking a 20 life format. Do it again. That's 2 mana for 5 life lost. And it's life loss, it's not damage. Which means now I just have to find a way to deal an extra 5 points of damage to you. Oh, yes, it has. I'm saying this is what has happened in the past. But the problem was, again, it's going to make the game take much longer. I think it even saw play in burn decks. Like in a Boros burn deck, where the white was largely in there because of Charizard. Because again, if you get that to go off, and you go back to the main game, they're probably losing somewhere around 8 points of damage, 8 of their life, for 2 mana. Plus you can replay with Snapcaster. Yeah, it's a headache. It is very much a headache. Yeah, Blood Rage Vampire. Yeah, to get this to work well, I want something on turn 1 or 2 that can burn my opponent's face off. Sorry, something on turn 1 or turn 2 that on turn 3 I can use to deal damage to my opponent. Then play this, and then on turn 4 have some kind of Lord. But I'm kind of meh about this card in general. I think if I'm going for like an aggro vampire deck, and I'm on a budget, maybe. But yeah. Oh, Rar, before I forget, you missed about an hour ago. There was somebody that came in working on a budget deck. They're doing Bant, Bird, Tribal, but to the point where any creatures they had to either be a bird or reference birds. So they can't play something that's not a bird and doesn't reference birds. But they had to go by TCG Player for their pricing. TCG Player low. I'm looking at that and going, okay, so you're basically looking at like $150, $200 deck because he's saying $75, but TCG low is kind of insane. uh, Yeah, go ahead and toss the link up. Drifting Shade, I know I've said this before. I think I've seen this effect before. Type Shade, mana value equal 4. Yeah, they went banned because they're playing the Chocobo. You Dungeon Shade. You know what? Let's go. Not reprint. Where did I see it then? Oh, were you a 5-drop? I could have sworn I'd seen a Shade recently doing one of these. Nightwing Shade. Yeah, we did Nightwing Shade last week. It was a 5 mana 2/2 flyer. And now, this week, we get, for 1 mana less, it's a little bit smaller, but it's only a single mana to get +1/+1 instead of 2 mana. Yeah, for Shade, Drifting Shade is a lot better. But again, if you're playing Shade Tribal, you may be having to play it. But I would play this over the... I would play this over Nightwing Shade for sure. That extra +1/+1, it's not made up for it. Yeah, you play this. But again, if you're playing Shade Tribal, you might have to. Ring Flesh. The big reason to play Ring Flesh over anything else that does something similar is because -3 power is important. There are cards that give -2/-2. There's cards that give +2/-1, which is hilarious. Funeral Charm comes to mind. Or there's Ulcerate, which I think is absolutely hilarious and more people should play. We'll be looking at this probably when we hit M15. -3/-3, you lose 3 life. Again, it's a 40 life format. 3 life is not a big deal. Giving something -3/-3 is huge. However, if you're seeing this and going, huh, maybe? Tragic Slip gives the same reduction in toughness, but can very reasonably kill a creature if something else already died that turn. Yeah, pass on Ring Flesh. I would probably put Ring Flesh down at the bottom, personally. Taste of Blood. This is 1 damage to target player or planeswalker. You gain a life. If you're playing this to gain life, you can probably find better ways to gain life. If you're playing this to burn someone, you can definitely find better ways to burn someone. Fruit of Tizarus, for example. 1 black mana, target player loses 2 life, and it has an escape cost, which means you can cast it later. Play that instead. I will be right back. I need to go make an escape myself. BRB. Like I said, yeah, Rar, you can go ahead and post the thing in the, post the link in the chats. I'll be right back. Alright. Copy. Paste. Whenever you... Nice. Blood pad. Have protection from ring bearers. View details. Doesn't say. Alright. Yep. Boo. Okay. But yeah, Reality Shifted I know is another card I'd looked into. So it costs more and it's slower, but I'm tempted to recommend Raven Form instead of Resculpt. Largely due to the fact that they get a 1/1 flyer instead of a 4/4 elemental. You know, like a 1/1 flyer is quite often a lot easier to deal with than a 4/4. What on earth are you from? Isocron Scepter. Encyclopedia of Magic. That wasteland looks cool. Not gonna lie, that looks amazing. Oh my god, you're only 12 bucks. I want it. Hey, I'm getting distracted. Can you tell? Ah, 33, 36, including MDFC. Yeah, 23 basics. That's quite a bit. Um, I'd probably cut some, like maybe 2 islands in a swamp, and get like three more, three more dual lands of some sort in there. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah. Just because you're like there's no reason not to. Um you have Cryptghast, which specifically is going to care about swamps, so I would probably run um ideally I want my dual lands to be swamps as well. You've got Watery Grave. Do you have sewers in there? I don't remember seeing it, but I wasn't looking. No. Okay, how much are sewers? 20 bucks. A little on the higher side. What else we got? Sunken Hollow. Yep. Yeah, and Sunken Hollow is really cheap. And has both basic land types, which helps a lot. Oh, and can enter untapped. Fetid pools. Do you have fetid pools? You do not have fetid pools. The fact that it can cycle is actually a big bonus. So 1, 2. I think I would probably go. If budget is a concern, I would probably go with the aquifer. Contaminated aquifer. If you can afford a $20 land, sewers is a lot better. Because again, you want them to be able to, you want them to actually be swamps as often as possible. Yeah, you want them to be swamps as often as possible because the cards like not Street Wraith, Cryptcast. There are some cards that I personally disagree on, but that's because I see them as cards for like combo decks, like stuff that's trying to nice. Stuff that is trying to do a bunch of things in a single turn, like stuff like Brain Freeze or Tendrils of Despair or stuff of that nature. And if you're not playing that style of deck, I'm much less interested in yeah. In that case, I'm much less interested in cards like Gataxian Probe. Um, Enter the Enigma, I get because you know you cast it at a creature, but cards like that and Consider kinda gets a pass because it does surveil. The thing is that a thing that you plan to do? Or is that just a thing that happens? Are you trying to cast a bunch of spells a turn? Or does it just work out that that's how it happens sometimes? Because if it's a thing that you're trying to do, then yes, you want cards like Brainstorm, you want cards like Ataxian Probe, you want cards like Frantic Search. If it just works out that way, then I would generally replace those with cards that are going to be more impactful. But for the most part, I actually kind of like how this looks. But again, is that something that you are trying to do, or is the deck just work out that way? Price of Fame. Oh, that thing. Eh. Oh, it's got Surveil too. I mean, that's... yeah. Yeah. But are you actively trying to cast a bunch of spells in a single turn? Or does it just work out that you end up with a bunch of spells? Okay, you're actually trying to cast a bunch of spells in a single turn. Okay. Then cards like Ponder, Preordain, um, Brainstorm. Have you... I know you said your deck is done. Have you considered this guy at all? uh, if you're looking at Omniscience, I would look into... if you're considering Omniscience, I would look into something like Show and Tell. Um, there's, I'm sure there's another card like Show and Tell, and I'm drawing a blank. But if you can get like 2 cards like that, I think you would, because you're also going to be digging a bunch in your deck. Your tutoring. How much are you now? Show and Tell. It's not actually an expensive card right now. The special guest version is under $10. So is the mystery booster version. Wow. Conspiracy is not bad. Saga is getting a little pricey. I admit that one. But Mystery Booster 2 and Special Guests are under $10 each. If I ran out of money, I have no job, and And you are 16. Okay. Oh, wow. You're a lot younger than I thought. Okay. Um, okay. So Ideas Unbound would be a not unreasonable suggestion. Blood Pet, I don't mind in a deck like this. I do prefer Blood Pet here over. I know I saw Dark Ritual in here. My problem with a card like Dark Ritual in a deck of this nature is it's not that it's Dark Ritual, it's that you only have one card to do its effect. And a card like that works better when you have access to more. So being able to pull it up more often. So if you're running, it's along the lines of if you're running Dark Ritual, you really should be running, in my opinion. And this is ignoring budget and stuff. Blood Pet, Dark Ritual, Cabal Ritual. I think it's Songs of the Damned, Culling the Weak. You know, as many of those kind of effects. Sure, the worst case scenario is it still gives you one more than what you had before. So, which is what you want out of a card like Dark Ritual and Cabal Ritual. You want to generate more mana than what you spend. Songs of the Damned. Is that the card I'm thinking of? Yeah, it is. Oh yeah, the original printing. The original printing's like $1.50. But you don't need a lot. That's the thing. Add black for each creature in your graveyard. It costs black. As long as you've got 2 creatures in your graveyard. Oh, you've only got 9. Oh. Okay. So, the other way to handle this is the monuments. What set are you? M and Cat. Okay. AKH. Name monument. So the monuments. Oh, they're whenever you cast a creature spell. Son of a potato. Oh, that's harder. Okay. What about the what do you call it? Medallions. Okay. Jet medallion is about $10. Sapphire medallion. Oh well, you can get sapphire medallion for like $5. But the sapphire is 5. What does your... Yeah, no, I saw that. Few options. Sort by... $33 blue, 22 black, 4 multicolored. So you are heavier on blue. Not by a lot, but you are heavier on blue. So picking up the Sapphire Medallion would not be bad. Oh, actually. Spells. ID Demir. Sort by color. Geyser Drake's kind of amusing. You have a lot of instants and sorceries, so that might be a thing. Naiad of Hidden Coves. Ah! Stormscape Familiar is $1. Nightscape Familiar is like 50 cents. So those would help. How much is Water Crystal? More than I want to spend. What I'm looking for is... Damn. I thought there was like a 2-color available. Like something like the medallions, but that did it for 2 colors. There's not. You're too much. You're more. Yeah. I want... I don't think it would be a bad idea to play Nightscape Familiar and Stormscape Familiar. Between the two of them, you're looking like $1.50. And they're both reasonable creatures on top of that. No, there's a card I seem to remember that was like not Grand Arbiter, but it's like sort by color. Actually, type artifact. There is one. This thing. As it enters, choose 2 colors. Each spell you cast costs 1 less to cast for each of the chosen colors it is. So it'll reduce your blue spells by 1, your black spells by 1, and your blue-black spells by 2. But the problem with my deck, the people tend to underestimate the power of Lord, and for the second thing, just check it from, yeah. Whenever I cast an... Oh, right, right, okay. Oh. You want to be able to cast a bunch of stuff on a single turn. Okay. So consider the familiars, because those are cheap. Seal the Guild, and cheap mana-wise and cheap dollar-wise. Seal the Guild Pact might be something to look into. This is less than 50 cents, even for the original print. And it has buyback. The fact of the matter is, even if you do this once a turn, you are doing this every turn. Sure, it's 6 mana, but it's, you know, and again, if you get any sort of cost reducers like Seal the Guild Pact or Nightscape Familiar in play, now it's 4 mana. Yeah. Oh no, no. I'm not saying don't run protection. You might want to look at removing some of the stuff that's like doing some of the stuff that's doing extra. Like how many... I'm not sold on Dreamscape Artist for this deck. I'm not saying don't. I'm not... I am unsure how I feel about that for this deck. How much stuff do you have in here that says your stuff has flash? Actually, here's a better question. Go back to view by type. 12 sorceries, 3/2 instants. Gandalf. I thought I saw more. Maybe it's just me. I'm not sold on Glorious Scale. Oof. Oh, you need to cut Spell Pierce? Yeah. Spell Pierce seems very... Terror, I would not play. With the way Modern Magic is, I wouldn't play it. There are better options. No. When I started playing, it would have been okay. But nowadays, there's just too many things that you need to be able to hit that it won't hit. Yeah. Oh, such a better card. Because Feed the Swarm, it's the same mana value. It goes sorcery instead of instant, but it's any creature or an enchantment. And it's what? A quarter? You know, even fancy versions are like $2 for this one, 5 and change for this one. Infernal Grasp, I think you already have. Uh, yeah, Infernal Grasp you already have. But, no. Feed the Swarm is going to be really good in this. Because the other thing is, like, look at Go for the Throat, and then look at Terror. And they're the same cost, the same mana cost, same speed. And Go for the Throat is strictly, yeah. Doomblade, I could also see. Alternatively, Edicts, Diabolic Edict, Chainer's Edict. Oh wow, Force of Despair is kind of silly. No, I was just curious how much it was. Yeah, cast down. Yeah, there's a lot of options that you can run at 2 mana these days to destroy target creature with some kind of drawback. Or 3 mana, 3 mana with bonuses. There's also this guy that you could run. Again, 25, maybe 50 cents. It's a removal spell that's also a 2/3 with lifelink that when it dies, you get it back. And you do have some ways to shuffle your deck. And so, Dismember? Yes. I saw Dismember. Which member? Dismember. Yeah. I think if you're trying to cast a bunch of spells in... I think if you're trying to cast a healthy number of spells, this is a reasonable starting point. I would want something to either reduce the cost of your instants and sorceries or something to reduce spells by a certain, you know, like reduce the cost of your spells. Oh, Curious Homunculus would be funny. Where's your creatures? Okay. So this is something to consider. It's a 2 mana 1/1. Taps for 1 for instants or sorceries. Transforms when you get three more instants and or sorceries in your graveyard, which should not be hard, into a 3/4 that reduces your instants and sorceries by 1 less. This feels like a card that would be reasonable. Okay. Yeah. Mocking Sprite might not be a bad option in a pinch. I prefer the homunculus. Oh, how much are you? Too much. Too much. How much creature generation do you have? You don't have much in creatures, but have you got anything that makes creatures? Alright, you're down here. Why do I not see you? Did I pass you? I do not see Disrupticorum in here. Yeah, I don't see it. And I forget what I was looking at now. Or looking for now. I remember what I was thinking of. Right. Also, Factor Fiction seems a bit slow unless you can do some kind of what's the word I'm looking for? Some kind of politics with one of the other people. Yeah, I don't see Disrupticorum in here. Disrupticorum. Oh, it's red. Oh, you mean this one? Yeah, it's whoops. Need more Nazgul. Lol. I think for the kind of deck this is, it's fine. I would probably prefer to have some more creatures in here, but I mean, you also don't need to go hard on it. Mm. Um. Lab rats. It's only about a quarter. It's only ever been printed in Stronghold, but it's only about a quarter. 5 mana. I think for a token. Yeah, because this gives you a spell that you can cast every turn, and when you get higher, multiple times a turn. I think a card like this is worth a consideration. There's also, oh, what do you call it? Talrand. Yeah, Talrand. Yeah, Talrand would fit this deck well, and you can get them for under 50 cents. Um, I don't know if I have any more. I don't think if I've got any more ideas right now at this point. Conspiracy. Oh, conspiracy. The card. Sorry, I thought you meant the set. Um, yeah, like you don't need something like like because Tower End is fine just on its own. Because all he does is he makes. Oh, I see what you mean. Oh, you want to make more wraiths. Uh yeah, conspiracy would help. Conspiracy, leyline of transformation, xenographed, anything of that sort of nature. There's also birthing bows. How much are you? Oh, you're cheap. Like normally I would recommend Masquerade Nexus, but dollar value is kind of important right now. And for dollar value, again, this is like a quarter. And being able to make tokens every turn that have changeling. I have some kind of yeah. Yeah, but Mutavault, especially with what's in standard right now, Mutavault's going to be going up. Although it's about $4 at this point, so it's not bad. But yeah, I would prefer. Yeah, because mutable. I think that's what you're called. Oh no, Mutavault. Nah. View all prints. Uh, checklist. Yeah, the cheapest print I see is this Edge of Eternity's version, which is still $4, or the M14 version, which is 450, or Baldur's Gate, which is 423. Oh, there's a list printing that's under $4. If you can pin that one down, that's going to be hard. But if you can pin it down, it's under $4. But yeah, it's finding a version of Mutavault because it's one of those cards that people constantly want for various decks, especially if they're playing some kind of tribal deck. Like if you're playing Slivers, you're playing Merfolk, um, stuff of that nature. Suddenly having a land that gets all your bonuses. uh, you don't need to get Strip Mine. I get where you're going. I see your train of thought. You don't need to get Strip Mine. There are other cards that can do something similar that are a lot less expensive. Tectonic Edge, for example, you can get for about 25 cents or thereabouts. Um, we'll do something similar. Does Ghost Quarter do that? Minus O search USD less than, we'll say 3. Okay, Tectonic Edge. You are not playing green. Encroaching Waste you could do. Sinkhole from Eternal Masters is 6 and change. If you're looking at something like that, maybe a card like Icequake instead. You're playing black-blue. Oh, the breaking news version of Dust Bowl is like 50 cents. This is good. Considering every other printing is like $1.50, $5, and then double digits. Getting the breaking... Yeah, Dust Bowl would be good for something like that. It is quote-unquote expensive to activate. It's basically 4 mana and sacrificing a land. But I think if you're worried about people playing their, I think if you're worrying about people with greedy mana bases, I think something like that is okay. And again, Encroaching Wastes, its activation is about the same, and you're looking at like you're looking at maybe a quarter for that. Tectonic Edge you could get away with. You can probably pick up all 3 of them for, you might be able to pick up all 3 for under $1. So that gives you some ideas. Again, I wouldn't. You probably don't want to go too hard into it. Oh wow, 10:30. I gotta get through this. Oof. Yeah. I think if you want more feedback, because it's starting to run a bit late here, and I have to finish through. I've only got through white and blue in the last roughly 4.5 hours. Yeah, hit me up on Discord. There should be a link to my Discord on, there should be a link to my Discord. Actually, you know what? Let me see if I can do this. Where are you? Copy link address. There we go. Found it. Not normally. I might, but not normally. But yeah, if you're able to get onto Discord, go there. I have and just message I that should take you to my Discord chat. Actually, let me just try this real quick. Yeah. Yeah, that's an invite to my Discord server. And then you can pop in there and say, "Hey, by the way, here's the deck that I was talking about, yada yada yada," and we can get more in-depth discussion that way. But yeah, it's like 10:30 at night now. I want to try and get through. I need to get through black. I need to get through roughly the equivalent of 4 colors in the next, hopefully in the next hour and a half. All right. Yeah, just in one of the chats that looks vaguely sensible for what you're talking about, just message, just say, "Hey, by the way, here's the link to the deck we're talking about." And I'll see if I can do something. Actually, can I take a quick boo there now? Discord. Which cord? Discord. Okay. Alright, I think I found you. Yeah, in probably just in stream chats then. I'll have to come up with a different channel for stuff like that. But alright, I will see you later. Have a good night. Yeah, I figured that one. I've had 2 entire people join my Discord today. Yay. Okay. Good night. Okay, I gotta plow through these fast. Okay, so, Vampire Outcasts. Unlike Blood Rage Vampire, I'm more happy with this guy. It's like, because Bloodthirst 2, again, it's a 4-drop, so being able to hit, do something that can hit your opponent on turns, 1, like drop something on turns 1, 2, or 3, makes a big difference over trying to do it on turn 1 or 2. Because now you can cast stuff that people actually want to play, like Vampire Nighthawk. Drop that, swing, then drop this, and have a 4/4 with lifelink on turn 4, which is a lot more reasonable. And like a 4/4 with lifelink, if it has nothing else going on, is actually quite a viable threat. Never mind all the shenanigans that can go on with counters. Blood Rage Vampire, I'm kind of meh on. Vampire Outcast, it looks like it's the same size, but it has lifelink and Bloodthirst of 2, and coming down a turn later in this case, in my opinion, is actually a big benefit. So I would definitely play the Vampire Outcasts. Yeah, I would play Vampire Outcast before any other card on this list so far. Drifting Shade, I'm most likely to find an actual home for. Hideous Visage, cool AF art. Creatures you control gain Intimidate till end of turn. This is basically when you're playing mono black. Is basically the same as saying, giving fear. If we go back to Super Rare's stack for a moment, do you actually list who you are? Oh yeah, Mr. Ladron. He is running, where are you? Cover of Darkness, which is, which is very reasonable. But, you know, that's also based on a given creature type. This is not based on a creature type. This is more global. But this is a one-shot. However, the difference between Intimidate and Fear is creatures can only be blocked by artifact creatures or black creatures. Intimidate, they can only be blocked by artifact creatures or creatures that share a creature type, a color with it. So, if you have, let's go back to this list for a moment. If you have Lear, Disciple of the Drowned, it's a blue creature. So, if it had Fear, it could only be blocked by black or artifact. If it has Intimidate, it can only be blocked by by artifact or blue. Blue is not a common color for playing creatures. When you're looking at cards that are black, giving it Fear and giving it Intimidate are basically the same thing. When you are looking at multicolored creatures, it can be blocked by blue, black, or artifact. So, Lord of the Nazgul would be slightly worse. However, if you put it up against, I don't know, let's go to one of my old standbys. Scared Tiller. Skill Tiller doesn't have a color, so if this has got Fear, black or artifact can block it. If this has Intimidate, only an artifact creature can block it. So, in most cases, this is going to be Hideous Visage is going to be giving Intimidate is going to be better than another effect giving Fear. So, if you're playing mono black, I probably would pass. If you're playing multicolored that involves black, I'd at least consider it. Monomania. Again, diatribe with how I feel about this card as a strategy for Commander aside, i.e., I don't think it's good because people want to be able to play their cards in a format like Commander. All that aside, Monomania, I think it's fail condition in general, because you're not going to target somebody with this that's only got like a couple cards in hand. Its fail condition is they discard like 3 cards, which puts it on par with Fugue, which is exact same cost, also a sorcery. Target player discards 3 cards. You're really going to play this against somebody who's got a decent number of cards in hand. Your best case scenario is going to be somebody's got a grip of like 17 because they cast something like Seagate Restoration, and a couple of other things, and suddenly they've got like a giant Mitfall, and you go, you get to keep one. What? You get to keep one. So, I think if you're in the mood for a discard effect of some sort, this is probably up your alley. It does also say target player. There are times that you're going to build your deck in such a way where you want most of your stuff in your graveyard. So, I would recommend, well, again, recommendations against playing discard in general. However, if you are the kind of person to play it anyway, yeah, this is probably one of the most efficient discard spells out there. And if you have an effect along the lines of Waste Not to play with, you're going to generate a lot of advantage off of that. Onyx Mage, again, 2 mana, 2/1, 2 mana for its ability. I think, no, they differ. 2 mana gives something Death Touch till end of turn. Huge. Huge. Death Touch is one of those abilities that, the other thing to remember about an effect like Death Touch, people forget that onboard tricks exist. If you have a creature with First Strike, and you gave a Death Touch till end of turn, barring other creatures with First Strike or Double Strike, it is going to deal its 1 or more points of damage first. But it's got Death Touch. Any amount of damage it deals to a creature is enough to destroy that creature. You combine First Strike and Death Touch, and it is how good it is. Let's say you've got a 2/2 with First Strike. Your opponent needs to block it with at least 3 creatures to be able to have a chance at killing yours. And if they're all 1/1s, you need 4. Why? Because First Strike is going to... First Strike, deal 1 damage here and 1 damage here. Lethal damage to both of them. Drop them both. That leaves the other 2 creatures that hopefully have got enough to be able to hit back and do 2 points of damage back to your 2/2 First Strike. So First Strike plus Death Touch is going to need at least 1 more blocker than the amount of First Strike damage that's available. Or an opposing creature that also has First Strike or Double Strike. That has at least as much power as the Death Toucher's toughness. And at that point, they'll both die at the same time. Yeah, Onyx Mage, really, really freaking scary. I just realized a thing. You are... You kind of look like a sun. You kind of look water. You are a skull. So yeah, really silly. Dark Favor. Uh, kind of the opposite of Divine Favor. Same effective cost, same size boost but flipped around. When it enters, you lose 1 life. You are paying an extra mana, getting an extra point of power, and losing life compared to Unholy Strength. Eh? That power, and don't kid yourself, that power boost is big, especially since a lot of creatures have got toughness higher than power. So, for example, if you go back to that Infant Cutthroat, which is a 2/4, and you throw Dark Favor on it, now it's a 5/5. But, actually, where you want to put that is on something like the Azure Fleetwing, which was the 2/2 flying hexproof. Now you've got a 5/3 flying hexproof. Black is going to be really good for. Black is going to be reasonable for auras that can pump and maybe do a bit more. Again, I'm generally going to like the white one better, but that's it depends on the kind of deck you're playing. Again, if you're going for a more aggressive deck, you play Dark Favor. Dust Hunter Bat. I generally assume this is a 1/1 flyer for 2. However, A, it's a bat, so if you're looking at Bat Tribal, you're probably playing this anyway. B, a 1/1 flyer for 2 in black is still not bad. It's not as good as it used to be, but it's still not bad. It's still reasonable. If you can manage to pull this off, and to be fair, it's not unreasonable that this is a later gameplay because this is Commander. You are only going to have one Dusk Hunter Bat in your 99 somewhere, unless you're playing Relentless Commander. In which case, put about 25 of this one in your deck. Kidding. There should be there's better options for Relentless. I think even at 2 mana. Nope. Mana value less than 4. Okay. Yeah, Empyrean Eagle. Empyrean Eagle is what you really want for that. And basically your 3-drop gets out of hand real fast. But yeah, don't play this as your Relentless card. Honestly, don't do it. But if you're playing Bat Tribal, I would still play it because it is not unreasonable for this to be a 2-mana 2/2 flyer. And historically, and I think maybe even now, at common, a 2-mana 2/2 flyer is going to have some kind of drawback, like dealing damage to you every turn. Or, or shocking you when it comes into play, or something. There's going to be some kind of drawback attached to the fact that it's a 2-mana 2/2 flyer. Even white and blue have trouble getting to 2 mana, 2 power flyer, and doing better than a 2/1. And those are the colors that have flyers. So I think that is a lot more reasonable than it appears. And again, because it's just as likely to be in the bottom half of your deck as the top half of your deck. In the early game, find some 1/1 flyer. Shrug. After a few turns, it's going to be a 2/2 flyer. Sorin's Thirst, it's kind of a removal spell. It does only hit creatures. Again, if you're looking for a 2 mana removal spell, there's so many better options. It does not care what card, what the creature is. However, if you take a look at, if we go back to this list and take a look at the 2 mana options for removal, Cast Down, Doomblade, Go for the Throat. Infernal Grasp, I think, is the first one that doesn't have any sort of thing that says what it can hit, like no restriction. Terror being the worst one, but that also happens when the card is like extra ancient. But I would probably, in general, I would play Infernal Grasp over this. The question is the life gain relevant? And that depends on your deck. In general, I would pass on this. But if the life gainer is relevant, yeah, it makes sense to play it. Vengeful Pharaoh, I'm telling you right now, you want a way to regularly mill yourself. Doesn't have to be by much. Can be like, pay some cost, tap, whatever, surveil 1, and put this in your graveyard. You want to be able to get this to your graveyard on a regular basis. It's a 5 mana, 5/4 with Death Touch, which is a lot. Whenever combat damage is dealt to you or a planeswalker you control, if this is in your graveyard, destroy target attacking creature, then put this card on top of your library. It will keep coming back. And you're looking at 5, there's 5 mana for 5/4 with Death Touch. Again, that's a lot. Give this thing your first strike. It's insane. And if it happens to die, cool. I will kill a thing. Just keep it in mind. When damage is dealt to you or planeswalker you control, if this is in your graveyard, this has to be in your graveyard when this ability triggers. So before combat damage is dealt. Yeah, you're playing zombies, or you just want consistent, something that can consistently kill stuff on a regular basis. Play that. Bonebreaker Giant. Oh jeez, I gotta do the thing again. I'll be right back. Okay, I gotta plow through these quickly. I've got less than an hour if I want to do this before midnight. Okay, Bonebreaker Giant. Considering black, considering red, considering common. Actually, kind of reasonable. It's not exciting, but 5 mana 4/4 is actually kind of reasonable. Worst case scenario, you use this as a proxy for something like Pact of the Titan. Not a proxy, you use this as a token for Pact of the Titan. But honestly, if you're playing Giants, even with no abilities, a 5 mana 4/4 is still something that you have to actually like keep your eyes open on. It's like, if nothing else, it's a 4/4. That's starting to get a reasonable size. Blood Ogre, 3 mana 2/2 first strike Bloodthirst 1. You could drop the Bloodthirst 1 and I'd be like, okay, reasonable creature. Bloodthirst 1 means that on the, if you actually manage to deal damage to an opponent first and then cast this, it's going to be a 3/3 first strike. And again, first strike doesn't get enough love. This thing's really, really good because of that. Go ahead. You're playing ogres, play it. You're playing warriors, maybe you don't need to. But if you don't have a lot of first strikers to play with, especially if you're building on a budget, look at this. On Magic 2012, it shows up at a penny. I wish I was kidding when I say this. Non-foil, a penny. Card market, 2 euro cents. The foil, 22 euro cents. You want a decent, cheap first-strike creature? This is a decent, cheap first-strike creature. That occasionally is going to be a little bigger than it first appears. Crimson Mage. The problem with Crimson Mage is now at like 3 mana, because it's like 2 mana plus 1 to activate it even once. Now you're paying 3 mana. Now you start looking at cards like Tuk Tuk Rubble for it. Which is a 3 mana 0/3 with reach and defender. Creatures you control have haste. This is already, you're already looking at that. There's also Crashing Drawbridge, which, yes, 40 cents. So almost 50, so basically 50 cents. But 2 to cast, 0 for defender, which is a reasonable size. Tap, creatures you control gain haste till end of turn. Either one, even at like the pocket change end, I would play over Crimson Mage. The reason to play Crimson Mage first is he's a 2 mana 2/1 creature. The others are 0 power, a 0/3 for 3 with reach, or a 0/4. But yeah, I would generally play this. And if I'm looking at other cards, I think Fervor. Fervor is the same mana value, and you can pick it up for about $5. Or if you go with the Avatar version, it's under $1.50. And creatures you control have haste. If the budget part is not a concern, you play that instead. Again, you play this because the fact that it's a 2 mana 2/1 creature is relevant to you. Wall of Torches. 2 mana, 4/1 with Defender. The big reason, so if you are at all looking at some kind of defensive deck and you're playing red, which sounds oxymoronic, a little bit is, but not completely unreasonable. This is like destroy target creature with toughness less than 5. This is a big red flag in more ways than one. You have this in play. People are not going to want to attack into you because chances are, unless they've spent like 5 mana or so on the creature, it's and it doesn't have flying, it's probably going to die. This is like destroy target small to medium-sized creature. Sure, you lose your wall in the process because it's only got 1 toughness, but it's probably going to die. You know, this is part of why I look at a card like Dandan when I'm looking at building an aggro deck for Modern, and I'm toying between Dandan and Frostwalker, I think the other one's called. Yeah. Because they're both 2 power 4/1 creatures. How do you get this into Dandan? I see it. D-A-N, D-A-N. No, when I type that... Anyway. Can't attack unless defending player has no islands. When you control no islands, sack this creature. It's a 2 mana 4/1. When this becomes target of a spell or ability, sacrifice it. It's a 2 mana 4/1. In both cases, I have a 4 power creature for 2 mana that, worst case scenario, is going to be there and be a 4 power blocker. And my opponent is not going to want to attack into it unless they happen to cheat and play a very large creature somehow. If they're playing with a normal creature, it's going to die. You know, 2/2, 3/3, a 4/4 is going to die. Wall of Torches, same idea. You want something on defense? You look at cards like Wall of Torches to stop people from wanting to attack with even mid-sized creatures. And this will kill it. You look at cards like Wall of Stone if you just want literally a giant wall. Wall of Stone. Yes, it's a giant screw you. You know, it's a giant screw you wall. 3 mana for 0/8. You're not getting past that very easily at all. Do you have flying? No. Are you ginormous? No. You're not getting through. Stormblood Berserker, 2 mana with 1 for a 1/1 with menace, which again, in of itself, I'm perfectly willing to pay 2 mana for a 1/1 with menace in red, because normally this is not a I think menace is more commonly a black thing than a red thing. And then Bloodthirst 2. Again, the same comment about the Blood Ogre. If you manage to hit somebody for a point of damage during a turn and then cast this, this is now a 3/3 with menace for 2. Legitimately perfectly viable. And again, there's a not unreasonable chance that what you've got, that this thing is lower in your deck than, let's say, the first dozen cards. At that point, and so that means most of the time this is going to be a two, like, its fail condition is this is a 2-mana 1/1 with menace, which is fine. If it's lower than the top dozen cards or so, this is a 2-mana 3/3 with menace. Gorehorn Minotaurs. If I'm playing Minotaurs, I am playing this. This is at worst a 3/3 for 4 mana, which is okay. But it's got Bloodthirst of 2, which means, again, if I manage to hit somebody first, like, let's say I hit them with, I don't know, something equivalent to a Blood Ogre, and then drop this, this is now a 5/5 that cost me 4 and has no drawback. Apart from the fact that I had to hit somebody first, which is a thing I want to do anyway. Yeah, I'm playing this in Minotaurs. I'm playing this as a Berserker. If I'm playing an aggro deck, I'm playing this. I'm playing Blood Ogre if I'm playing Ogres. If I'm building a budget aggro deck of any sort, I'm playing it. I'm probably playing it. Like, all three of these are a lot more playable than, let's say, the Blood Rage Vampire, that we had on the previous page. Tectonic Rift. 4 mana, destroy target land creatures without flying, can't block this turn. I will point out if the land is suddenly made an invalid target in any way, shape, or form, it gets flickered, somebody else blows it up first, gets returned to hand somehow, whatever. The entire spell is countered, none of its effects happen. Obviously, you have to do this before you can declare attackers because it's a sorcery. Barring people playing with shenanigans that, Leyline of Anticipation, whatever. But barring shenanigans, yeah. I'm less interested in playing this than the normal version. Was it Falter, I think it's called? Yeah, creatures without flying can't block this turn. 2 mana instant from Urza's Saga. Because this can be stopped by, making the land not a valid target when the rift resolves. Not only that, this effect, like, if I if I want to be able to do something like this, probably my favorite way of handling that is just giving my creatures flying in the first place. Again, there's lots of ways around that. Usually they involve going to a second color, not necessarily. Furyborn Hellkite. It's a 7 mana 6/6 flying dragon. Screw you, hippie. Wait, what? Yeah, long story. Goes back to earlier days of playing Magic for me. But yeah, Furyborn Hellkite. It also has Bloodthirst of 6. So if you did manage to hit somebody, you now have a 12/12 flyer. You're paying 7 mana for a dragon. Chances are you've hit somebody upside the head with this. And this is quite often going to be a 7 mana 12/12 flyer. Yeah. Enjoy. Give me a good reason not to play that card. Goblin Bang Checkers. if you've got an effect like a Chroma's Memorial out, or you've got a effect like no, not Eldrazi Monument. Something to give your creatures either indestructible or protection from red, or something of that nature. Goblin Bang Chuggers basically is, you know, tap, flip a coin. If you win the flip, deals 2 damage to a target, and then essentially stops there. If it's Eldrazi Monument, it does take the damage but doesn't die. And if it's a Chroma's Memorial, it can't take the damage because it's protection from red. Can't take damage from a red source. It's a red source. So yeah. That being said, enough lords, you can make it work. Also, if you are playing any sort of chaos deck, you might want to play this anyway. I think that's where this is more likely to be played. I think a lot of these cards are more playable than they first appear. Actually, I think for red, I will stop there because there's only 15 cards. So that's 9. Let's get through green. Lurking Crocodile. Hilarious. 3 mana, Bloodthirst to 1, and Island Walk. Expect this to expect, if you're doing this, cast this on curve by just using lands. If you have a turn 1 mana dork, turn 2, play something else. Attack with your mana dork on turn 3. Maybe you go turn 1 mana dork, turn 2, I don't know, tap your mana dork, and land Badger Mole Cub or something. Attack with your land, whatever. Turn 3, attack with whatever creatures you've got, then play this. Get a 3/3 with Island Walk. Island Walk, not going to be as big, like, it's still going to hit some people. I would assume that in any given table, one person is going to be playing blue. So it'll get through, get through there. And then it's still going to be a 3/3. By the way, you're also playing green, so you also get a decent amount of proliferate shenanigans. You also get a decent amount of +1 counter shenanigans. This is actually quite reasonable to get to be bigger than what it says on the tin. So, reasonable. Doubling Chant. Good luck. The best place, in my opinion, for a card like this is playing, for example, I'm using this as an example because I have a deck based on this premise. Those creatures that you can play any number of in your deck. The green one, it's not a creature. It's a green sorcery that makes a token. Forget it. Red has a sorcery that burns. Forget it. Black, blue, and white all get creatures that you can run a number of copies of. White's gonna want Heir Apparent for something like this. Black is probably, I would say, Relentless Rats over Rat Colony. And blue, you got Persistent Petitioners. You play any of them, and then you go, by the way, after a few turns, doubling chant. Let's dig out the rest of the copies. Thunk. if you're playing it with blue, you can potentially twin cast it. If you're playing it with black, you're probably trying to find a way to return doubling chant back to your hand. That is really the only spots where this makes sense. Apart from that, you're tutoring for creatures out of your deck that have the same name. Yeah, not a thing. Skin Shifter. Had a copy of this in my mono green control deck, which tries to beat down with flying creatures. Because until end of turn, it can become a 2/2 flyer. Ended up pulling it out because I found better options. You play this because it's a flexible thing. You're probably more realistically activating this to become a 4/4 trample. Or basically a 0/8 wall. If you do this part, I expect this activation to be played most commonly. Either A, things have gone wrong and you really need a blocker. Or B, you're playing something like, a Doran the Siege Terror deck and going, hey, by the way, I'm attacking for 8. It's fine. It's okay. The problem with this is you're looking at spending 3 mana and getting a 4/4 trample, which is actually pretty decent. A 0/8, which you should be... I know you can get a 0/7 from Wall of Ice, but it does have Defender. So how big can you get on something that's green? Let's see here. Mana value equal 3, ID equal green, toughness greater than... Let's say toughness greater than 5. MySo Defender. You can get a 6/6. You can get a 6/6 that attacks every other turn. You can get a 6/6 that only lasts for a couple of turns. Or you get a 2/3 that can transform into a 4/6. You can... you can potentially get an X5. Not unreasonably, you can get an X5. Okay. So yeah, you are activating this realistically because you want to attack for 8 that turn. Trollhide, again, regeneration doesn't get enough love. regeneration is actually really good, really fun. Wow. Do I have one of you that I can get at quickly and easily? Come here. Thank you. Really? This end. Because my whatchamacallit, my Selesnya common stack there we go. Only a handful. My Selesnya common stack only has well, let's just say that a card that can give regeneration might actually be a thing I actually want for that deck. I just gotta see if I can. Okay, I did not see what I thought I thought. What I thought I saw. There we go. Words. Words do things. Do you know that? Because, yeah, because regeneration itself was green +1. And then pay green to regenerate target creature or enchant creature. Whereas this is whereas this is green +2. Enchanted creature gets +2/+2, and then green +1 to regenerate. Which is actually kind of good. And I'm not going to go hunting all over for... Oh look, Motorvine Cloak. Not the droids I'm looking for. Hilarious. Not the droids I'm looking for. I'm looking for Trollhide. Oh look, Shape of the Widow. Can't run you because you are rare. Yeah, that particular deck has got creatures with poison in it. And so some of the poison options involve, you know, stuff that has got infect or whatever. And so suddenly being able to make your guy bigger, you know, is he bigger on the inside? Apparently the answer is yes. I mean, there's the regular reasons. Enchanted creature gets +2/+2 and has green. You're the exact same card. Different name. But, yeah. Savage Silhouette. I don't know if you can read that well, but green +2 and that text box is identical. And basically the exact same card. Just gonna see if I can. But yeah, so what I did was I threw, because I've got some creatures in there that I've got infect. Oh, Trollhide. Yeah, I've got some creatures in there that have infect. And so, what that means is I have whenever they deal damage, if it's being dealt to an opponent, that player, or if it's being dealt to a player, that player takes damage as though the creature, yeah. If a player takes damage from a source with an effect, they take that damage as poison. So I wanted some auras that could pump its size, ideally as big as possible. And then on top of that, I also have, well, because I'm running a healthy number of enchantments, I want some cards that synergize with the fact that I'm playing, playing auras, and I want from there. And, yeah. No big deal. But the fact that I have the ability to regenerate my creature instead of just making it bigger, kinda good. Carnage Worm. 6/6 trample with Bloodthirst at 3. Again, just like the Furyborn Hellkite, same thing. This is a giant creature with Bloodthirst at 3. You're going to hit somebody for damage. This is going to be a 9/9 trample for 7. That's a little less exciting than I'm expecting. It's a little less exciting than I'm expecting because stuff nowadays is like really strong. But yeah, it's still fine. It's still viable. And if you're playing worms, you are playing that. Play the smallest worms you can first. Let's see here. Type worm. Mana value less than. Oh yeah, there's a few worms that you can play that are fairly cheap. Do you say sacrifice? Yeah, you say sacrifice. I'm sad. Okay, yeah, some of these are actually legitimately playable at less than. Yeah, so you can get some some $3 or 2 or 3 mana creatures and go from there. Stinger Fling Spider. Are you playing Spider Tribal? Throw this in your deck. For 1 more mana over Giant Spider, you get an extra point of toughness and the ability to kill a flyer on impact. I say flying doesn't get enough attention, but there are tribes that specifically care about having flying creatures, like the big, like the go away, get out of my face, the dragons. Destroy target dragon. Destroy target demon. Destroy target angel. Destroy target sphinx. Destroy target. How the hell are you in the air? You're gone. Yeah. I think I considered a card like this in my mono green control deck. I decided against it because I have enough stuff that can just destroy target creature in the first place. But if I didn't, yeah, that would be a consideration. Speaking about spiders, spiders seems to be a bit of a theme for green in this set. 6 mana, 5/7 reach, which is really good because you're looking at equivalent to a 6/6 with reach. When you consider Giant Spider as 4 mana for 2/4 with reach, which is basically 4 mana for a 3/3, this is 6 mana for a 6/6 with reach. All those big flying creature types that I just mentioned, yoink. Tap and untap spider you control. Search your library. Search your graveyard and or library for a card named Arachnus Web. Put on the battlefield. Attach a target creature. If you search your library this way, shuffle. Arachnus Web is a it is basically green. It's an arrest in green that at the beginning of the end step, you destroy it if the thing it's attached to has got power 4 or greater. Hilariously, it can stop a stinger flying spider all day. But no. Yeah. You want a big creature with reach? This is a good place to start. Glade Cover Scout, what I said earlier about hexproof, yeah, you start here. You start here and don't look back. You probably need, like, you're probably playing Simic because you're probably going to need to run Slippery Boggle. This is your starting point. This is the first card you write on your list. Although, this being Commander, aim to give your guys Infect more than having them get through for damage with stuff like Trample and what have you. There's the Arachnus Web. There's another hexproof creature. I think we'll call that there. ID equal gold. Okay. Nothing there. Okay. Artifacts 12. Rusted Sentinel, 4 mana. 4 mana for 3/4 that enters tapped. It's fine. You're probably playing this if you're playing golems. Otherwise, I probably wouldn't bother. Crumbling Colossus. 5 mana for 7/4 trample. When this creature attacks, back at the end of combat, you are playing this because unfortunately it doesn't have haste, but you probably have other ways to make sure your stuff has haste. You're either playing this to be a giant wall along the lines of Wall of Torches, something that's got a lot of power for its mana cost and is just there to stop somebody from attacking. Or you're going to attack once. 7 power trample. It's probably going to get through for damage. Great Sword, 3 to cast, 3 to equip creature gets +3/+0. You have better options. We covered that, I think, last week when we were talking about what was it? It gave +3/+1, I think it was, and it's like, yeah, there's better options. Crown of Empires. If you're not playing the cycle, this is fine, actually. 2 to cast, 3 tap target creature. If you have the Scepter and Throne, you gain control of that creature. Does not say till end of turn. Does not say until this leaves the battlefield. It's just mine. The Scepter is actually reasonable. 3 to cast. Tap to deal 1 damage to target player or planeswalker. If you've got all 3 pieces, you deal 3 damage. The Throne. Really scary. 4 to cast. 1 tap. Make a soldier. Make a 1/1 soldier. You get 5 if you have all 3. If you are looking for a cheap card to make tokens, whether you have the rest of them or not, Throne of Empires is like just 1. 12 cards, yeah, I'll just get through the rest of them quickly. Kite Shield, you're playing this because it's a 0 mana card. Realistically, this is why you play this card. It's a 0 mana card. You have stuff that cares about whenever you play an equipment or something of that nature. You're playing SRAM, or you know, somebody along the lines of him, where it's like, hey, by the way, whenever you cast an equipment draw card or something of that nature, it's like you playing this because you can cast it cheap. Druid Satra. 3-mana artifact. Pay 2 and tap it. Reveal the top of your library. And then depending on what's on the top of your library, which stays there, you either get, for a creature, you get a sapling. For land, put that card on. I need one of these. If it's a land card, put that card onto the battlefield under your control. I need one of these. Wow. Creatures. I will look later. Why do I need one of these? Because my mono blue ramp deck tries to ramp the way green does. Stuff that taps for mana, or stuff that searches for mana. Stuff to get me extra mana, like ritual effects. Stuff that takes for lands. I even went so far as to get Wayfarer's Bauble, because it's it's rampant growth for an extra mana. Landfall triggers, etc., etc., etc. If I hit a land, I get to put that land into play. And if it's not a creature and not a land, I gain 2 life. Yeah, I need to make a note of you. Druidic Satchel. M12. Completely forgot about, or completely overlooked that one. Manolith. Do not play Manolith unless you have no other choice. Even at common, there are cards that do the exact same thing as this, and then some. My favorite is gotta be Honored Heirloom. 3-mana artifact at common. Tap for 1 mana of any color. 3-mana artifact at common. Tap for 1 mana of any color. Pay 2, tap, exile target card from a graveyard. If you have nothing, don't play Manolith unless you really have no other options. There are better cards. Sundial of the Infinite, on the other hand, not replaceable. 2 to cast, 1 tap, and the turn. Activate only during your turn. When you want to do this, it's everything, you've pretty much done your turn. A bunch of at the end of turn triggers go on the stack. Then you activate this. They all fall off and just don't exist anymore, and you go straight to cleanup. Adaptive Automaton. You play this in creature-based, index based around creature type. It tries to be a lord for decks that don't actually have lords, like jellyfish. It's a creature of the chosen type, and other creatures who control the chosen type get +1/+1. Swiftfoot Boots, aka DOS Boots. 2 to cast, 1 to equip. Quick creature has hexproof and haste. I don't often play this card because it doesn't do things that I'm looking for, because my brain is like, I'm looking for cards that do this. And I tend to overlook effects like this. Like, I tend to overlook cards like Swiftfoot Boots that do something that's actually useful. And then land. The only card that is not a reprint is Buried Ruin. Taps for colors. Tap 2, tap it, and sack it. Return target artifact card from your graveyard to your hand. Really good. Really useful. Do you have any artifacts that you either sacrifice or are likely to get blown up? Put this in your deck. Soul Ring, I think most people will leave alone. Artifact creatures will die to board wipes. But you're going to have some artifacts that are going to die because people don't like them. As an example, and it's just the first one I can think of. Clarkland Ironworks, aka KCI. Sack an artifact for 2 colors. You know, this thing can accelerate you from, like, turn 2 you play an artifact, turn 3 you play an artifact, turn 4 you play this, and one of your 4 lands is an artifact land. That's 4 artifacts. You sack your others, you tap everything first. Well, okay, it's already been tapped. But if nothing else happens, you sacrifice your artifact land, your turn 2, your turn 3 play, and the Ironworks, and you make 8 mana. And suddenly on turn 4 you're dropping an 8-drop. Enjoy. And there are cards that will just die incidentally. Yeah, Buried Ruin will get them all back. And the funny thing is, what does Buried Ruin work well with? Crucible of Worlds, which lets you play lands from your graveyard. Oh look, I sacrificed this. I'm going to replay it with Crucible. And now I can do this every turn. Anyway, that is it for tonight. Let's take a quick look at M13, which will be next week. Talrand Sky Summoner, Murder, seen a lot of play. Archaeomancer, 2 common, Foundations, Omniscience. No, it's actually hit standard. Krenko Mob Boss, maybe. Doesn't count. Hey, Smite, you're late. I think I can do Krenko Mob Boss. Karl Kapinski. Krenko Mob Boss. What's his name? Karl Kopinski. There we go. Oh, apparently there's even somebody's made figures for him. Anywho, we'll see you guys next week. Good night, everybody. And